Get on your feet. Now time is over with the quickness. Can I get a witness like Jehovah? Amen. Keep it up till I say when. Now I'm busting out the playpen. It's the era of Jake Rivera. Sparking revolutions like in one ton of mirror. Like Nora getting played from the hands of the creator. Locust devouring all the hocus pocus. Focus on the most but the curious unload. Contents under pressure. About to explode like Lufarino. Need and green, so check my signal. It's the skinny individual. I kid you not, I think you stop if you got that scheme. Cause my team bring the steam like I wonder from my oasis. And the race is right, now it's time to take my place in the sun. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
Resistance is real. We got momentum on rule. Invent the time defenses cause our views get futile. It's brutal. So expensive, petty speed. And every bar and symbols on suspended sentence.
Self-suppression of evidence will be met with belligerence.
And you can hesitate minutes cause I can present your intent. Hence, your confession is expected if you think they were presented in a method. Yes, you guess it.
Blessed are we who come in the name of J.
Our word spreads like my
I declare.
It's a state of emergency, the president has said. So don't expect the reality, depend on me, my vanity. It's enough for giving me. You can't resist the skin. So give yourself a moving. It's still feel the war, a martial law, you see.
Cross, cautiously. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force.
Like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997. Brett Gurwitz behind the controls. And this is Brett. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like shonen knife. Never think about what I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on your own. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah.
You think? This is not mine. Stand all night, I gotta rise. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night. R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Down up in these streets, no money left to spend. Still singing Bible night before I pray is on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd and flashing blue red lights. I run to see the cottage outside the
If you see me gazing off to the left of your screen, it is me trying to witness what is the beatdown of the United States by the Europeans in the Ryder Cup in Rome. Underway right now, we have 6 matches, 5 of which the Europeans lead already. Ouch. 10.5 to 5.5 is the score. In order to win the Ryder Cup, the Europeans need 14.5 points, I believe. So they are well on their way to taking the cup away from the United States. This is the Round Robin NFL Week 4 for this Sunday morning, the first day of October. How about that? October the 1st, 2023. Just like that, September has slipped through our fingers. We are into October football, and we are off and running. And we also have a morning NFL game today, 9:30 a.m. from London with the Falcons and the Jaguars. So we will get into all of that, of course. Dave Del Grande will be up with us shortly, momentarily. We'll spend a good while with him, commercial free, and then we'll bring Nephew Dave in here. We'll try to track down the Ant-Man, and we'll see what we can come up with for an NFL Week 4. And if you've been tuning into the show, man, we've been kind of dialing in on a bunch of good things, and we nailed a lot of it home last week as well. So we'll look forward to making some good prognostications here on the show this morning, here from our Deep End Studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, Chicks Beach section, the United States of America. College football, nothing much really to write home about yesterday. I can't get too involved in that. A good fun game with LSU and Mississippi, because that game scored a ton of points. Texas looked good. All your usual candidates looked good. Michigan, Penn State, Alabama, Washington struggled a little bit at Arizona, but they win as well. But nothing really crazy to write home about with college football. Really, the story of the weekend for the most part is the Ryder Cup and the way that the Europeans have dominated the United States. So we'll keep an eye on that. We have the TV in the studio this morning for the Ryder Cup, and we'll be getting that NFL game on as well. We'll track that as it goes along. Big upset yesterday in soccer. How about Wolverhampton beating Manchester City? I don't think a lot of people saw that one coming. Oh, excuse me. Whew. I got that old I need to sneeze feeling without having to sneeze here on this first day of October, as we got a little bit of a chill in the air here in Virginia Beach. But yeah, I don't think a lot of people saw that Wolverhampton game coming, and we didn't call it on the paycheck. And we've been all over the Wolves too. We've been saying how they play really sneaky good, and Man City may be down a little bit. It's just not a game you think Manchester City is going to lose. And we should have been all over that, maybe a little bit better, at least maybe with the Wolverhampton team goals, as they paid, I think, over 15-1 to win that game yesterday in what was a decently wacky day in the English Premier League for sure. But the story of the weekend is the Ryder Cup and the dominance of what are the Europeans in Rome and how they are handling the United States. Okay, let's get to our lines for this morning. Updated, fresh batch of lines. The ticker is updated as well. And we'll go through a little weather as well. One place I did not get weather for. Let me clarify this, but I think we're in the clear everywhere. You can't say we give you the best weather forecast on the show after last week either. So, take our weather prognostications with a grain of salt, maybe. But Atlanta is playing Jacksonville in London, England. -3 for Jacksonville. Over under is 43.5. No rain there. That's the first game, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we will be on the air when that happens. Buffalo is playing Miami. Beautiful day in Buffalo. Sunny skies, 88 degrees. That line has held steady, -3 and 53.5. The total from the Falcons-Jaguars game is down 0.5 point to 43. The Steelers and the Texans, this line is held steady. Game in Houston today with the Steelers in town, -3 and 41.5. Another dome game. This game has changed a little bit. The Colts were -1.5, now down to -1, 45.5 the total, as Matthew Stafford and the Rams are in town to face Anthony Richardson, as he will be back in the lineup there for the Colts today. The Minnesota Vikings, this spread is now up to 4.5 and 46.5. The Panthers will trot Bryce Young back out there. Andy Dalton with a short stint as the starter there. I don't know why they're going back to Bryce Young already. I would let Dalton play a little bit because I think the Vikings may thump the Panthers with Bryce Young in there today. That's just what the Vikings defense needs. I had this game trending over, but man, I can't get there with Bryce Young, to be honest. So hard for the over, and I'm going to start to lean maybe more Minnesota here. But clear skies and beautiful weather in Carolina today. This spread has moved up now from 3 to 3.5 with the Saints hosting the Buccaneers. Over under is moved as well down a hair. So -3.5, 39.5 for Jameis Winston, as he will get the start today for the Saints against his old team, the Buccaneers. Commanders in town against the Eagles in Philadelphia at the Link, -8.5 for the Eagles. 43.5 is the total in this game. And we have beautiful skies, beautiful weather in Philadelphia this afternoon.
here's the deal. A lot of these games don't seem like they're over games, but, man, we have the right weather for it. That's for sure. Crazy game in Denver, 2 winless teams. Whoever loses this game is going to hear it. If they haven't been hearing it now, and they have been, they're really going to hear it if they lose this game. But the Broncos minus 3.5 in town at the Bears. Over-under is 46.5. The Ravens and the Browns, this line is at 2.5 and trickled down now a couple of points on the over-under, now down to 38.5 with Cleveland and Baltimore. Deshaun Watson's status unknown at the moment for me, and the Ravens have been banged up all year. Cincinnati laying 2.5 at Tennessee. Over under is 41. In fact, this is going to be maybe a system play, right, with the Bengals? Yeah, if we do the same system play, well, it's not a divisional matchup. It's a conference matchup. But here you are. You have 2 teams with the same record, and Cincinnati, the road team, is the favorite over Tennessee. I would tread with caution on that a little bit, I think. That's it for the 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time games. The slate at 4 o'clock is 3 games deep. Wish it was 4. It should be 4 always, but we have 3 games at 4 o'clock in that window. The Chargers are up to 6.5 now and 48.5 as they host Aiden O'Connell will be the quarterback for the Raiders today. That has been announced overnight. So you're hearing that news here first, maybe. It will not be Hoyer. It will not be Garoppolo. It will be Aiden O'Connell for the Raiders as they play at SoFi Stadium, in which will be more of a Raider crowd, I'm sure. But the Raiders, they're looking like their season may be getting to be a little worse for where and what they're trying to accomplish. They have a tough task today to face Justin Herbert and the Chargers. Again, the banged-up Chargers, too. I mean, is this team more banged up than any other team in the history of sports? I feel like that they are. But the Chargers, 6.5, 48.5. Weather, no issue in SoFi. AT&T Stadium in Dallas, 4:26 Eastern with the Cowboys, laying 6.5 and 43.5. That line is held steady. Over, under, down a hair in San Francisco at Levi Stadium. 14 is the point spread for the 49ers. 43.5 now the total for Arizona and San Francisco. The Chiefs, their spread started at 9.5, now down to 8.5 at the Jets tonight. Over under 41.5 for the night game. That is going to be a bookie brace yourself game because that's the only game on the board at the time. We don't even have baseball, and everyone's going to be betting it, and they're all going to take the Chiefs. So what does that say? The bookies will need the Jets, and that's going to be a hard swallow if you're going to try to take the points and gobble them up and take the Jets. This could be an utter bloodbath for the sports books if the Chiefs can lay the hammer down to the Jets tonight. And the Monday night game is Seattle minus 1.5 and 47.5. Weather should not be an issue there. So clear skies across the board. We will look for some good over trends with our boys, see what we can figure out prop-wise, fantasy-wise, Survivor, etc. My Survivor took a big blow with Dallas last week to Arizona. I had the bulk of my entries in there, but I had one with the Chiefs, so I'm still alive there. I'll tell you right now, I'm going to take the 49ers against the Cardinals. This is the best chance to use the 49ers the rest of the way. So we'll swallow them up and go against the Cardinals again, who have been nothing but a Survivor nightmare for me in every aspect. Winning or not, they've been a tough out. All right, so that's about it with the weather and the games. So we have full clear weather. Rain should not bog us down. And the Ryder Cup in full effect. Europe now with 8 matches underway. They lead 4. The U.S. leads 2 of them. and we are all square through 2, so we keep an eye on that. With us now in his usual spot from Field Level Media, he is also a senior analyst with Stat Factor and Mr. Fantasy himself from Castro, California, Dave Del Grande. Mr. Del Grande, how's it going?
Peachy.
How's the weather out there?
Not good.
Oh, yeah? What's happening?
Overcast. The sun, I'm not sure it ever broke through yesterday. Gloomy day in the Bay yesterday, not just because a manager was fired, because, hey, the sun never popped up this morning. The cat came in. He was a little wet. Oh, man, I didn't know what to do.
We've had cloudy skies and mist for like 5 days here. Almost.
Well,
They
you don't pay an arm and a leg for the sunshine like we do.
Yeah, true that. What about that Giants firing? Did that come as a surprise to you?
No, just because so many people thought it should happen, and I don't know.
It's not like Kapler's had his biggest fans out there anyway. He's had
well,
critics
that's the thing is that he started off here, and I would say his approval rating on day one was 1 out of 100, right. And then they started winning, and then this analytics thing looked great, and next thing you know, they won 107 games, and he still, people, I think, tried not to like him, but it was hard.
Well, they love the old manager so much too, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they're not quite sure what to think of Farhan. This analytics thing, it just seemed weird to everybody. And then, of course, the last couple of years, they've dropped back to the pack and, have been basically a 500 team. But the problem with them is that they have no star power. I mean, that was the thing about the Giants when they were winning championships. It's like, well, you got Bumgarner, you got Posey, you got Kane, you've got, Crawford. You have, these guys who, perennial all-star types. Got the, everybody bought their jersey, especially Posey and Bumgarner. And now all of a sudden, who's the face of the franchise? And Jock Peterson,
right?
Yeah.
Michael Conforto, who wasn't even playing a year ago.
Right. Wilmer Flores, right, has been their best player, their best hitter anyway. The last couple of years. And he's someone who really you can't put in the field. You don't want to put Peterson in the field. I mean, it's just they called up all these rookies this year, and people thought, all right, here we go. All these guys we've heard of. They really brought them up too quickly, but they brought them all up together. And I would, it's one of those things where 5 games in, they were all batting 600. And this is the greatest thing. Where have these guys been? And here's our future. You could really, rally behind these guys. And then, ever since then, they've batted 060. And some of them dropped. I mean, Patrick Bailey, the catcher, he's going to be their catcher for a long time. But, like I said, he came out hitting like gangbusters, and now he's kind of settled in for as a 250 hitter. All right. He's still a rookie, and you would think he would grow. He's going to be around, but some of these other guys, this guy's going to be our shortstop. We've moved him to second. We've dropped him back to AAA. Oh, this guy's going to be our right fielder. We'll move him to left field. We'll use him as a pinch hitter. I mean, it's a lot of these guys have, and again, like I said, they're 21, 22, 25 years old, first time in the majors. You don't necessarily expect, the Orioles, to blossom out of it. But it just doesn't happen that often. But people were counting on that happening. They were kind of rescue this, nameless, faceless team. And in fact, it ended the season as a nameless, faceless team. And I think that, I really think the fans now have more problem with Farhan than they had with Kapler. But, Farhan made the decision. And so, as we've learned from Tampa Bay, there's, if you're going to be this nondescript, nobody knows any of your players, shuffling bodies right and left, using openers. This completely analytics type of team.
Right.
You better win all the time.
Right.
Because if you don't win, you're really boring. Now, fortunately for Tampa, it's really worked for them. They've won basically the last 4 or 5 years. The Giants haven't won the last couple of years, and then people start looking around and saying, why do we have 2 legitimate starting pitchers and basically have 3 openers? This is really bad. And it wasn't so bad when you won 107 games, but when you win 80, somebody's going to pay the price. And so now what's going to be interesting is what type of manager do they bring in? Because Farhan brought in a guy who he knew was going to ride this analytics thing, as far as it was going to take him. So is he going to hire the same type of guy the next time around? Has him and kind of be the puppet master over him too? Or is he going to go a different route? Say maybe hire Buster Posey, who wants back into the organization. I don't know that he wants to be a manager, but he would be
that would be welcome arms, right? That they would love that. The fans.
Well, he would be the people's choice at this point, kind of sight unseen. And because what they need to do more than anything else, look, this, again, we've learned this from Tampa Bay, and this is a good thing, or this could be a bad thing. And that is, this analytics thing is so good that you don't need superstar talent in order to win. Would you rather have, this, let's throw it, Manny Machado, making $30 million a year and batting .280, and driving in 100 runs, decent numbers, very good numbers? Or would you rather have a right-handed platoon hitter who hits .290 and drives in 60 runs, and complementing a left-handed platoon hitter who hits .290 and drives in 60 runs? In the end, you get .290 and 120, for $8 million, or you get .280 with 100 RBIs for $30 million. And basically, analytics tells you don't need Manny Machado, but the fans tell you, you need Manny Machado, or I'm not coming to the game.
Right.
And and so far, while they've gone after Judge and Correa, they've tried to get, they've tried to spend some big money on these guys, and kind of just missed in getting them. You wonder how close they really did come. I think that priority number one for the fans is they better sign Ohtani next year. They better sign Juan Soto next year, because they've saved all this money, and now they have money to spend. The question is, Farhan is so good that you don't need to spend that kind of money to be successful. So what you're telling me? Let's just go spend an extra $100 million just because we got it? Farhan would tell you, we don't need Ohtani. But like I said, the fans disagree with that. Their attendance this year was lower than it's been in quite some time. And not terrible. If you look across the bay, the A's would die for the Giants' worst night. But the fans have spoken. They want changes. And here's the first one. And the question is, what, now what? I made a a bold prediction, a suggestion on my social media outlets, which I think I only have one. But I think they should hire Deion Sanders.
Right?
I mean,
I did see
on.
that. Yeah.
I mean, former Giant,
Right.
A guy who, they need a recruiter. They need someone, to bring Juan Soto and Ohtani and some of these big names to town. I mean, who better than Deion? Oh man, they packed now. Of course, they packed the place now, and they'll pack the place no matter where he goes and no matter what sport it is. But again, it's a crazy thought, but it's not that crazy. I mean, it's not like he's never played baseball. He knows baseball. He, for all we know, he's always wanted to be, in baseball rather than football. So anyway, it's not going to happen, but it's interesting to think about. What would happen if Deion Sanders were manager of the Giants?
Well, you get a lot of star power probably wanting to come there and play with them, right?
Oh, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. Number one, if your two issues are our attendance is down, well, that's no longer
an issue. That's not an issue.
Just 5 seconds after you sign Deion, and well, we can't convince star players to come play here. That ain't going to be a problem either. He got the best prospect in the nation to come play for him at Jackson State. I think he's pretty good at recruiting, top level talent. So, and the Giants certainly have the money to pay for whoever he wants to bring in. So it would, for one of my crazy ideas out there that, 90% of the people laugh at, the other 10% are actually thinking, wow, that's, that would be really interesting. So, hey, and 10% approval rating on my crazy ideas, that might be a career high.
Is Angel Hernandez by far and away, I'm talking like secretariat style, and they talk about fans approving of things. Is he by far and away the most hated player or person in baseball?
Well, that's a very, very big can you just opened there. There's a lot of people who really aren't liked in baseball, especially when you get into, ownership of the team who, support Trump and, when you get into these kinds of crazy things. But I mean, I don't get it. He's just, they have, it's one thing that the players complain about, him all the time and managers complain about him all the time. All right. That kind of comes with the territory where you're an umpire. But it's just, you've got so many means now of supporting, this dislike. You've got these, strike zone graphic things that show you, man, this guy gets about 1 out of every 10 calls wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, and he doesn't seem to care. Baseball.
Lawsuits against Major League Baseball and everything. Yep.
Yeah, I don't get it. I think that, if you polled every baseball player and said, okay, give me one guy in all of baseball, any level, any occupation that you think, should be fired. You get a wide variety of people, no doubt about it. But I would agree with what you said there, and that he would have to finish first in that competition.
Landslide. Okay, now I wanted to transition that to football, because I was kind of sitting back last week watching the games, and I was saying to myself, the one thing we really haven't had is just horrible officiating controversy from the get-go, with the exception of the false starts by the tackles, which we seem to see a little bit more of, especially at the wrong times on these national TV games as well. In fact, the Chiefs had a touchdown called back from it. The Eagles guy, I think, on one play the other night was a good second ahead of the snap count, it seemed like, and they never called the false start on him. So I will say that's the one thing that I've noticed, is just that, the lineman getting a head start before the play actually starts. I'd like to see that go away. But besides that, there hasn't really been anything too controversial. So I'll give the referees so far a decent grade to this point in the season. Would you agree on that?
Well, I mean, I think my answer to that question is yes. But I'm not sure the referees necessarily get the credit for this. I think the NFL has figured out that we have a means of being in the referee's ear, and we have, in essence, 30 to 45 seconds between each play to correct any problems that we have, to avoid the major
Right. Good points. Yeah.
And how many? I mean, I assure you that if there wasn't, these guys or this guy or whoever it is, from up above telling him that wasn't pass interference, pick up that flag.
Right.
And
a lot of that stuff we'll just never know about, too, to be honest.
Right, exactly. And you see that happening now. You never saw that in the old days where they pick up the flag. Now it's like, it just seems that, the next game you watch, count the number of times the referees powwow. It's got to be 20 to 25 times a game. And what are they talking about? Well, they're not really talking about anything. They're pretending to talk while the guy upstairs is reviewing the play and saying, guys, that really was a fumble. Let's give the ball to the Eagles and then let's review it. And that's what they do because it's so important to get, even when you got review, to get the call right the first time,
right? So
that when you look at it and you can't really tell necessarily one way or the other, then you've already kind of been told, look, I'm telling you, it's that was a fumble, and then you end up getting it right. So I think that this is a very, very good idea. Something the NBA should really try more. It's harder in the NBA because the action's faster. But the NBA has a lot more, close calls on things that they really should, get right, especially late in games. Critical fifth or sixth fouls.
Yeah, or did you see LeBron take 5 steps to the basket without dribbling?
Well, right. Well, they're never going to take that away. So I think it's a really good idea, and like you said, you could watch an entire game and have no idea that this is happening, and that's great. I mean, that's the ultimate thing. Is that it would be one thing that you knew it was happening, but that's okay because this is a good thing, but you don't know that it's even happening, and it's making it for a better game. And like you said, we're 3 weeks into the season here, and is one team out there have a complaint that this call cost us a game? I don't think that call has existed this year. Right. Maybe it has,
Not that I've seen. I feel like we watched just about every game anyway.
So I think this thing, whoever created this idea, whoever has implemented this idea, deserves a raise.
All right, Dave. Here are the play. What do these players have in common? This is an obvious one. Ronnie Bell, Pharaoh Brown, Jerome Ford, Devin Achane, Brevin Jordan, Tank Bigsby, Tank Dell, Donald Parham, Jake Bobo, and I think another guy we probably should know, but we don't know him, but we do know him, is Robbie Chosen, who changed his name from Robbie Anderson. Dave, what do those players have in common? Well, they've all scored touchdowns last week while we're sitting there waiting for our Calvin Ridleys of the world to get into the end zone and stuff like that. So that being said, Achane, is he the superstar of the week? I mean, he's widely available. Any of these players you might be looking to add to fantasy who were not on rosters previously beforehand?
Well, I will say
you might have some other names too, to be honest.
Well, no, I mean, Chan, I think he wants to be called, but whatever, he shouldn't. I don't know why he wants to be called that, but but here's the problem with some of these guys is that when we've talked about this, going into the season when you draft guys, when you go to pick up guys, you have to understand the situation around them and what is perhaps creating, what could be a short-term thing, might be a long-term thing. This guy came out of nowhere basically last week, and it had this huge game. So you would think, well, wow, I gotta get him into my fantasy lineup. I gotta get him starting this week. This guy's a superstar. Whoa. This guy is the backup for a guy who scored 3 touchdowns last week. A guy who in fantasy scored like 44 points or something.
Right,
he ain't
right.
taking Raheem. It's not like Raheem Mostert got hurt and this guy became the lead running back. That may happen very, very soon because Mostert tends to get hurt. But it hasn't happened yet. And this game coming up at Buffalo here, Mostert's going to trot out there with the starting lineup. Mostert's going to get a majority of the touches in this game on a team that, throws the ball a lot. I wouldn't necessarily, overthink what happened last week. That was a terrible, excuse me. I've never seen an NFL defense play that poorly as Denver last week. I mean, it's one thing. Hey, I've seen teams give up 40, 50 points and whatever, and you really get, snowballed. That happens. This game, guys were running 10, 15 yards before anybody touched them.
Yeah, 700 plus yards.
It was, and so Mostert's one of my running backs, and I had him in the lineup, thank goodness, for the first time last week. And then he, Achane goes in there and I think scored Miami's second and third touchdowns, right? And I thought, oh man, why? Why is this happening? I don't need this, And then lo and behold, they end up scoring 10 touchdowns anyway. And
Mostert got 2 right before halftime.
Monster game.
Yeah.
So my point is, going out there and grabbing Achane available on waivers, good idea. Putting him in your lineup this week, bad idea. I mean, I'm concerned about Mostert because now this guy is going to get is going to cut at least 5 touches off of Mostert's record, even though Mostert's been like one of the top running backs in the league.
Yeah, fabulous
so far.
And so, we've been all over him too for the year.
Right, and so it's I'm not even I can't play Mostert this week. First off, the matchup at Buffalo is a very difficult one.
Right.
And now he's not a high volume guy in the first place. I mean, when he gets 15 touches in a game, he makes something happen. But I don't see him necessarily getting 15 touches anymore, as long as this other guy is also getting 12, 15 touches. And if that's happening, if Achane is only getting 12, 15 touches, well, you better be awfully good if you're going to be considered for a fantasy lineup, and the opponent better be awfully bad. We don't really know how good Achane is. He might be real good, but he's not replacing Mostert. And this week's opponent is not one where you would say, oh, I got to get all my Dolphins in the game. They're going to score 40 points. This is going to be a very tough game for them.
Yeah, it's a hard game. We're going to get to that too, because that's going to be a fun one to discuss. So
the bigger picture, my point is, for a lot of these guys, you have to ask yourself, well, why was this guy scoring a touchdown last week? And there's a variety of reasons, some of which is, well, they played a terrible defense. Okay, and anybody can get a touchdown, or it's so and so was injured, so he got an opportunity, he took advantage of it, but the other guy's coming back this week. I mean, or the other extreme, for the Rams situation, when we first saw Nakua come out and catch 15 passes or whatever, in his really breakout game. Like, wow, is it possible this could happen again? Well, this Cooper Kupp does this every game, and he's basically just slid right into that spot. So why not? You know, why can't they keep throwing it to him 15 times? It's not like, you know, well, he can't get separation downfield. He only runs 5 yards, you know? And so you'd say, you know what, this is something that's sustainable, of course, until Cup comes back, you know, and then, you know, this guy may never see the light of day again. So, you know, understand, or try to understand anyway, the situation that has created these numbers, and then decide for yourself, like I said, is this sustainable? Can this really happen again this week? Because I'm going to look really stupid putting one or two of these guys in my lineup when I have decent alternatives, guys who I drafted, I thought were going to be good. Like, you know, you mentioned Ridley's name. He hasn't done much so far. It's like, I'm going to sit Ridley and I'm going to put in, you know, one of these Tank Dell, you know, and then, you know, then you come to realize, oh my God, you know, the Steelers defense is going to shut down the Texans this week, and
right.
You know, and this guy's, you know, going to give you 5 fantasy points, and meanwhile, somewhere over in Europe, you know, Ridley's catching 2 touchdown passes, and then you're kicking yourself like, who? Brilliant idea was it to, you know, put this guy in the lineup. So it's, be careful with,
right,
you know, overreacting to some of these things.
We may never hear Pharaoh Brown's name again this whole season, to be honest.
Let's hope not.
Okay, all right. Let's get to the games. We'll try to find some fun ones. I think we have a decent one to start. Your high-flying Falcons, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Go to make the trip across the Atlantic Ocean, Northern Atlantic. You have to go the short route, not straight across, of course. And play the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are used to this trip, I would say, for the most part. So does that play an advantage or not? I'm not so sure. I'm sure the Falcons went straight there from Detroit anyways, and have been accustomed to that here at this point. But interesting game. Jacksonville has been very underachieving. If there's one team who's been a disappointment of someone who is supposed to be good, it's definitely probably Jacksonville. I would say they're hands down that team. There might be one other I'm not thinking of right away. But Jacksonville, 3-point favorites. Over under is 43.5. I don't know what the big deal is though with the hype with the Falcons preseason. Desmond Ridder, they need to show me a lot more. And there's been some buyback here on the line. The Falcons still getting support. They had a rough against Detroit, but Detroit is a good, much better team than them. You're right about that. We'll talk about Detroit actually when we get to that division here in a second. If someone crosses that path here, but Jacksonville 3-point favorites, 43.5. What's your take on this one? I think Jacksonville wins this game. They get the ship right. I'm just going to go with that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you said about Jacksonville. It's kind of head-scratching. I expected a lot better things this year. I expected the quarterback to play better. It seemed that they were going to have a nice balanced offense. It just seemed like they were a team headed in a positive
the coach
direction.
has always improved. He's never taken a step back, this guy.
Yeah, and you'd think that they were, you know, they're going to be a little bit better than they were last year. Doesn't automatically happen, but they made some changes. They brought in Ridley, you know, that was going to help them offensively. The quarterback, who was a lot better last year than he was the year before. You think he's taken another positive step. All of this could still happen. It just hasn't happened yet. And so I don't really know what to think about Jacksonville. I'm not sure they're going to win this game. I mean, based on what we've seen for 3 weeks, you'd say Atlanta's the better team right now. And Atlanta is, you know, like you said, they lost that game against Detroit, but they've been real competitive. This isn't a really bad 4 or 5 win Atlanta team. This is a team that, you know, appears that they're going to be a 500 team. It appears that they're going to have a chance in their division. When all is said and done, you know, a division where maybe it only takes, you know, 9 wins to get into the playoffs. I think they go over there thinking that they got a really good chance to win this game if the teams play like they have so far. Like I said, I think Atlanta, you could easily project Atlanta to win this game. I agree with you. I think the quarterback, he's young, but he certainly hasn't shown me anything that, that he's going to be a, long-term answer there. They did make a real nice pick, obviously, at running back. And that might be the difference in the game. This might be more of a coming out party for Robinson, who could be the best guy on the field this week ahead of Lawrence, in a duel of these two very high draft picks in recent years. I don't know. I mean, all that said, they're playing, in Europe. I got to stay away from this game.
All right, Minnesota is at Carolina. Now, this is two winless teams. Minnesota laying 4.5, over under 46.5. I thought Dalton did okay in Seattle. I'm not so sure what the rush is to get back to Bryce Young here, but it looks like they're leaning in that direction right now. I would like a lot more points if Dalton was in this game. I mean, with Young in there, I'd have to kind of pull back a little bit. But is this a game that Minnesota really should win? I mean, Detroit, and you can talk about them a little bit too. We mentioned them. Dominant performance on Thursday night. They got the ingredients just from those, just from the trenches standpoint alone. That really is something that's going to separate these really, really good teams from some of these worst teams. But Minnesota, they kind of need this win to just even try to hang in there in the division at this point. Do you think the Vikings get this done in Carolina? And how about Detroit too, a little bit from Thursday?
Well, again, I'm in agreement with you about Dalton. Young, clearly is the quarterback of the future there, and clearly they've made a commitment to him right off the bat that they're going to, live or die, with him at quarterback and kind of do what Jacksonville did with Lawrence. And, hey, we know he's going to take his lumps early on. But, by year 2, by year 3, he's going to be more developed than a guy that's going to sit on the bench for the first year. I think that Dalton makes them a better offensive team, like you said. And so going to Young here, I don't think for the short term is a good thing for them. I fully expect Minnesota to win this game. I don't think they're that bad. Obviously, they're bad on defense, but this is not an offense that's going to be able to take advantage of that. I just think they have way too much firepower for this type of thing. It's an interesting game in one regard, and that is, the Thielen revenge game or whatever. But again, man, I'd feel a lot better about it if Dalton was the quarterback.
Right.
Thielen had this monster game last week. He had actually showed signs the week before that, he was at least fantasy worthy. Now you would say, wow, he's fantasy. Man,
I had Walker and Thielen for 2 touchdowns, and Thielen probably should have had it. He was about an inch shy of the 1 score.
He's, you would think that this, against a bad pass defense, he's someone who's established himself there as the best offensive player on that team. This is a must fantasy start. I mean, I don't care who the quarterback is, but I'd feel a lot better about that. Like I said, if Dalton were still the quarterback rather than Young, I'm not quite sure what to think about Young. It just seemed like veteran quarterback knew, throw the ball to the veteran receiver. He gets open all the time. Young quarterback, is thinking, I got a big arm. I'm going to throw it down the field to some of these speedy guys we have. And meanwhile, Thielen's over there saying, hey, I'm open again. Like I have been the last 10 plays. You don't throw the ball to me. And that's a concern. But I still think this is the situation's there for him to have a really nice game here. But in the end, I'd be shocked if Minnesota didn't win this game by double digits.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. How about the Lions? I mean, they're really for real though, right? In the NFC?
Yes, and for exactly the reason you said. I mean, they've kind of become, in a way, the Titans, of the NFC. They've taken on their coach's mentality. personality. They're this, he wants to be the toughest team. Dan Campbell, he wants them to be the toughest team in football. They've drafted and they've signed guys within the interior lines in order to attempt to dominate games at those positions. They've taken steps in those directions. Now they're starting to fill in with some talented players at the skill positions. Obviously they've got Gibbs, who they drafted and who hasn't really broken out yet, but he's played his little role. They brought in Montgomery, who would have guessed that, this guy's turned into Derrick Henry. I mean, they just plow him up the middle, 20 times a game. And really, Montgomery, I didn't realize, that he's the next,
right.
coming of John Regan's.
Right.
Who would have thought? But this is the way they want to play. Obviously, it's successful for now. You've got to complement that. You've got, Goff. Well, I think Goff's an underrated quarterback in the sense that he's like your ultimate game manager. I mean, you give him a nice running game. You allow him to play fake. He's got St. Brown, who's arguably the best. Right there with Cooper Kupp in terms of the short yardage receiver, move the chains kind of guy. And here's your fantasy tip for the week. You may have seen the news. You may not have responded to the news because this happened after the waivers cleared this week. But Jameson Williams.
Yes, he's back.
When he came out of Alabama, he was, he was a superstar waiting to happen, and he hasn't. That hasn't happened yet. He's self-destructed in many ways, and you wonder if he's going to be one of these guys who just never gets it together. But I'll tell you this: what a perfect spot for him to join. Because can you imagine if the Lions, who now have 11 defenders within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage every time they're snapping the ball, because they run the ball up the middle all the time and they throw 5-yard pass patterns. Imagine throwing this deep threat, onto that type of team. He'll see single coverage every time he goes out there. Every play fake is going to be a potential bomb to him. I think he has a chance, to really, really explode onto the scene this year. Catches a huge break here. The fact that he was supposed to be suspended for 6 weeks.
Right.
Now that's cut back to 4. Now he's actually active. He can return to practice. I'm not saying, throw him into your lineup next week, but he's sitting out there on the waiver wire 90% of the leagues. If he's still sitting on waiver wire in your league, then, 10 different participants are making a mistake, and you need to correct that mistake because he deserves a spot on the end of your bench right now. And, 4 weeks from now, we'll revisit to see if that was a mistake or not. I think that within a couple of weeks, he's going to start playing quite a bit. And then, he's going to add another element to this team that, that they don't have. And that's going to be, now what do you do? Now, you got to bring your safeties up. Montgomery's killing us, running the ball up the middle. They're throwing to their tight end. He's occupying people. We got to double team St. Brown, one of the top receivers in the league. And now here's, Tyreek Hill Jr., streaking behind your defense and catching 2 touchdown passes. You didn't even know he was, eligible. So,
right.
Add him to your fantasy team.
All right. Buffalo, we talked about this a little bit already. Buffalo -3 and 53.5 against the Dolphins. A nice, beautiful 78-degree and sunny afternoon there up in the upper western part of New York. This sounds like a lot of points, Dave. I know you like the Bills as a defensive team more than an offensive team, although their offense looked pretty good last week. Washington made them look good. We know what the Dolphins can do. I mean, they've shown it every week at this point. But 53.5 is a lot. I know you probably expect the Dolphins to obviously come back to reality a little bit, but can they still push the envelope here? Can we still see this as a possible free-for-all, or do you think this Buffalo defense is going to
slow this game down. This game actually went under both of the times that these teams played in the regular season last year. So what's your take on this one up there in Buffalo?
Well, I think that Buffalo can slow down Miami, but what does that mean? That they only score 28 points,
right?
Instead of 70. I mean, Miami's going to score their points. They've got too many weapons. Too many speed weapons. Kind of all or nothing guys at many of these positions. They're crying out loud. They didn't even have Waddle playing last week.
Right, he's back too.
And so even if you've got a really good defensive team, you got a really good defensive scheme. One of these guys, Mostert's going to take a pitch out while you're in a blitz and, run around the end, and you're never going to see him again. Hill's going to catch one long one. He always does. Now Achan, sneaks in there and gets you along. I mean, you could play 50 great defensive snaps and 5 bad ones, and that's cost you 35 points against this team. And at the same time, I'm not sure Miami's a very good defensive team.
Right.
We kind of saw, when they played the Chargers. Now Chargers are, are a really good offensive team. Miami had the firepower to outscore them, but the Chargers are terrible on defense. I think Buffalo will make enough stops in this game to keep Miami from boat racing them, and when push comes to shove, I think Buffalo is the better all-around team, and they've kind of been there, done that when it comes to playing big games like this. They're at home. It's a much bigger game for them. It isn't all that often where the team that went into the season as the clear-cut choice, a title contender, favorite in their division, hands down. And they haven't done that. I mean, they played one bad game. They've played 2 really, really good games. So it's not like they're Minnesota and you're wondering, what happened to this team that won 12 games last year? They look terrible. No, that's not Buffalo. I mean, Buffalo is starting to look like this team that won 11 games last year or 12 games, whatever it was. And now they've got the incentive. They're like, man, everybody's talking about Miami in this game. We're the king. Why, why, it's our throne. We need to defend it. We need to fire. I just think it gives them an edge that they really wouldn't have normally when you play, the up and coming team that wants to take your spot. I think that there's a lot going for Buffalo in this game here. I expect them to win this game, not handily. I mean, because Miami's going to score enough points that they'll hang in there. But this, especially with a nice weather day like you're talking about, there's no reason why this game can't be 31-24, bare minimum.
I was going to throw 31-28 at you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I would say, 30, 34-28, 38-28. I mean, that's, 30, 38-27. I think we're looking, like I said, I think we can project. I mean, let's put 2 things together here. I think we can project Miami to score upwards of 24 points, and I think we can project Buffalo to win this game, which means they'll score upward of 27. You can plug in the numbers because those, again, those are baseline numbers that, I think that we can expect in this game. I think that that total sounds very, very reasonable to me.
Last week, the combo of the Justin Herbert and Kirk Cousins came through for 300 plus yards and 325 plus. Could you put Allen and Tua in the same slots this week for 300 plus?
They're not. These are not the same type of teams that we're talking about there. I mean, we're talking about as much as anything else.
They have to pass.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you have 2 very, very capable quarterback, passing, oriented quarterbacks facing two really, really bad defenses. That was very easy to predict last week, that the number of passes thrown in that game was going to be exceptionally high. And if you know that going in, and you couple that with the bad defenses, you know, as we did, you can project 300 plus for each guy, 325 plus for each guy. This is not the same. I mean, there aren't going to be a whole lot of teams out there, and I would throw Kansas City into this mix as well. If you're going to throw for more than 300 yards against Buffalo, it's probably going to be because you were pretty far behind, and in the second half of the game, you threw the ball all the time. I don't think Miami will necessarily be in that situation. Miami is not a team that very often is going to go into this, all right, let's pass the ball on every down, because their quarterback is I mean, he's good quarterback, but he's not, he's not durable. He's not the kind of guy that you're going to drop back, 10 plays in a row without holding your breath, that at least one of the times he's going to hold the ball too long, or he's not going to be able to escape, and you're not going to see a guy coming in, and next thing you know, he gets crushed, and there goes your season. I just don't see this game. Allen throwing for more yards in this game than Tua, but even then, Allen will mix in 40 rushing yards at the expense of throwing 5 or 6 passes. And in the end, like I said, last week, you take 5 or 6 passes away from Cousins or from Herbert last week, man, you're talking about possibly taking away 100 yards.
Right.
In this game, you take 5 or 6 passes away. You're not gonna, you're not talking about that kind of thing, because this isn't really one of those pinball, we have to pass the ball on every down kind of thing. So, to answer your question, while I think this is going to be a high-scoring game, I wouldn't necessarily say it's all going to be because of these two quarterbacks. You'll somehow, some way, Miami's running, one of Miami's runners, if not both of them, will bust off a long run. That'll come at the expense of passing yards. And like I said, Allen will run for a touchdown or two, and that'll come at the expense of passing stats too. So this is one of those high-scoring games where I'm not confident that the quarterback is going to be the star of this game.
All right, the Rams, they're 3-point losers in Cincinnati on Monday night. So a little bit of a short week for them. It looks like Anthony Richardson is back for the Colts. The Colts are a 1-point favorite. 45.5 is the total here. Oh man, this is a run for the hills type of game for me. But how about you, Dave? Do you see anything here?
Well, yes. I mean, this was the first game we talked about last week. I think the very first thing I said last week was that there was a game where there was a number missing.
How
the
in
the world could the Bengals be a 2.5-point favorite at home over the Rams? It just, it's like, you mean 12.5, right? I mean, I just didn't get it. And I thought, well, it obviously means the quarterback is not playing. But even if the quarterback doesn't play, I thought Cincinnati was going to be the better team. Now, the way the game played out, I could say I was generally wrong about what I said.
Yeah, the Bengals have a bad line. The Bengals line.
Yeah,
is not good.
but that was the thing. Cincinnati should have won that game by 10 points. Right. I mean, they were ahead by 10 until the Rams scored that last touchdown. They didn't get to the number. I mean, but in the end, it came close enough to the number where it's like, all right, I guess I didn't necessarily, call that one correctly. But you know what? The good guys ended up, covering the number. So they're 2.5-point favorite over the Rams. Now, let's fast forward to this week. The Rams are playing the Colts. Okay. The Rams last week were getting 2.5 at Cincinnati. Well, if they're getting 2.5 at Cincinnati, that means that they're a 4.5-point favorite this week at Indianapolis. Because
Right.
the Rams didn't do anything last week where you would say, all right, the gig's up. These guys are, they really are as bad as we thought they were going to be. No, they hung in there for the most part. They didn't get any key guys injured. They come into this game, I think, probably feeling better about themselves than they did when they went to Cincinnati last week. They actually got to think, wow, we're pretty good. And now we're playing the Colts. Now, the Colts themselves have been, off to a nice start, a surprising start. But, man, are they in terrible shape, physically. Their offensive line's in really bad shape. Richardson will not be able to throw the ball this week against the Rams. Now, so they're going to become a full-fledged running team, which is fine, especially with him in there, because he can run 15 times. Right. And Moss can run 25 times, and that's probably where they're at their best, anyway. But it helps when your offensive line is opening some holes for you, and I'm just not sure that's happening this week. I think that I just think the Rams have proven at this point that they're the better team in this matchup. We still don't know what Richardson is all about. But he's kind of what we thought going in, and that is he's going to keep run, which he does really well until somebody knocks him out. And which has already happened once. No surprise, comes back this week. You wonder, are they going to unleash him, with the same type of plays and just kind of say, well, it's inevitable you're going to get hurt, but you know what? While you're healthy, go out there and run like crazy. Or are they going to cut back on that a little and say, hey, you know what? This Moss thing last week, while you weren't here, you may not have been watching, but it really works well. He's really running the ball well. Next week we get Jonathan Taylor back. We're going to plug him in. He's going to run the ball well. You don't need to run as much. And I think that would be a huge mistake. I mean, if Anthony Richardson isn't running the ball, then he really shouldn't be your quarterback. And I'm just not sure where, what the direction is this week. Whereas I just think the Rams are, I like what I've seen. I mean, this is stark contrast, I know, to what I was saying 3 weeks ago, where I thought they had a chance to be the worst or second worst team in the league. And I still don't think they're very good, but I don't think Indianapolis is very good either, right. Especially in their given their situation. So I will say for the second week in a row, there's something wrong with this line. And last week it was that the Rams were getting too much credit. Turns out they kind of deserved it. This week they're not getting nearly enough credit, and we'll see if they deserve it or not.
Stafford's having a good year. I mean, he's really, really holding that together and making these receivers good. And I'm going to have to retract some things about the referees. That was a Tutu Atwell first touchdown for the Rams against the Bengals. His foot never went out of bounds. You agree with that, right? Did you ever see that foot hit the white? Maybe you weren't paying that close attention.
I'm sorry. I was watching baseball at that time.
Okay.
I don't. To be honest with you, I don't remember seeing that play. But I mean, and this gets back to a bigger point about the way the game is going these days. The Tom Brady and to a lesser extent Aaron Rodgers influence on the game is that you see way more teams than you would think. I mean, college football has gone to this spread out, throw the ball deep down the field. Oh, for crying out loud. I don't know, the rest of the country's been watching, the University of Washington and Penix or however you pronounce his name. I mean, Penix, yeah. They're like the Dolphins. They drop back. They've got all these speedy receivers. They throw the ball 30 yards down the field every time. And they score 50 points every game. That's what you would have thought the direction the NFL was headed in. But it's the opposite. I mean, you've got so many teams now that are throwing the quick 5-yard slant in. So, let's move the chains. Let's use, a ball control passing team that the Rams, have used to get to a Super Bowl. The 49ers have used to move, to the at or near the top of the NFC. Like Brady used to win 9 championships or whatever he won. That Rodgers used to make the playoffs 18 years in a row, whatever it was. I mean, you see so much of this around the league now. The Lions play this way. I mean, I could name 12 different teams that play this way. And we talked about this with Carolina. Wow, Carolina looked good because last week they brought in this, game manager kind of quarterback who knew to throw the ball short to his best receiver. And so this is what it's kind of no surprise that, the Rams have a really good coach. He's got a really good concept, much like the 49ers. Wow, who's surprised that the 49ers are good offensively, despite the fact that their quarterback was the last pick of the draft? It's all about the offensive philosophy and plugging in a guy into a situation where I'll make it easy for him. And I think Stafford, as a veteran quarterback, has come to grasp, wow, this is kind of fun. I just stand back here. I throw a lot of short balls, Nakua's, catching
I got
balls and your boy is on the outside and he's catching 7 or 8
fast.
Balls. And
he is
and
very, very fast.
Cooper Kupp playing.
He's coming back too.
So I mean, Stafford, for a guy with a big arm, for a guy who came into the league, this guy can be the next Dan Marino. He's got such a great arm. He can throw the ball down the field. The Rams brought him in. They brought in Beckham. Oh man, we're going to throw the ball deep. We've got these speedy outside guys, and now they've kind of reverted back to, why are we throwing the ball 30 yards at a time when we can throw it 6 yards at a time and keep moving the chain, as if we have a running game, which we don't. And so a lot of teams have gone to that. It's almost like the new analytic way of winning in football. You don't need to throw the ball 40 yards at a time. Let's bring in these smart guys, throw the ball short, keep and get these possession receivers and be successful. And, so many teams, are doing it now that, you expect even more to do it moving forward.
All right. Let's see here. Next game on the list. All right. Couple of winless teams again. We talked about Denver already. We've talked about Chicago a lot too, expecting them to play better at some point, and they just haven't. But here you go. These teams gave up a combined, what was it here? 111 points together last week. So minus 3.5 for Denver. Over under is 46.5. So that's interesting. I mean, just in aptitude alone, you think that this game could be played out in the teens. But the defenses have been bad. I mean, there might be a score fest grab bag for these guys. Maybe that's what these it's not like the Denver offense has been completely terrible. They've put up some points, but the Bears need to get it going. Is this the right formula for the Bears to finally get it going at home here, Dave?
Well, I think I feel about this game the way you feel about the Rams and the Colts.
Just
and that
away.
is,
right.
I have no interest, because it's one of those things where, yes, on the surface you look at it and you say it's a bad defense against another bad defense. So this is going to be a high scoring game. But if you look at the other side of the ball, you see, wow. I mean, the Broncos, now granted, the Broncos are better offensively than they were last year, but they were historically bad offensively last year. And the Bears seem to be historically bad offensively this year. So it's like, on one side, you're saying, oh man, neither one of these teams can stop the other. And then on the other side, if you really give it some thought, you see that, am I crazy? Why in the world would I ever take a Bears game over 45.5 when they have trouble scoring 13 points? Great, so they're playing a terrible defense. Maybe they score 17. I mean, you're right. This is a game where you would expect the Bears to break out offensively somehow, some way, but I'm just not. Last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever, when DJ Moore was complaining about not getting the ball, the quarterback was complaining about not being able to run a lot. Now it's
now you got Claypool piping up of all people.
Claypool, exactly, of all guys. Claypool saying, "Man, I'm not being used right." Well, if you were any good, you wouldn't be in Chicago in the first place.
Right.
And so there's a lot of problems there. But obviously, a lot of people think that they could be a lot better offensively. Maybe this is the week they show it. But in the end, you look back on, if the quarterback's complaining and both wideouts are complaining, like maybe we should try a different coordinator. Maybe let's plug somebody new in there, try something a little bit different. Let's let our quarterback, run around crazily and do some creative things, throw the ball deeper. We've got these guys on the outside who seem to think that they can get open all the time. May not be the best way for us to win, but it sure beats the way we've been losing. But that said, as much as I'd like to say that
run for the hills,
that
run for the Great
Lakes,
Lakes,
break out this week, that Denver's going to break out this week, is like, I wish they were playing somebody else, so that I can say, well, I'm jumping on the other team. These guys have been so bad, but they're playing each other, so it's two negatives do not make a positive.
Carolina's not going to get as much flack about this, but which team doesn't want to hear it the most about losing? Is it Denver, Chicago, or Minnesota?
Well,
I guess they're all about equal, really.
Well, I would think it would have to be Denver,
right.
And only because they were a laughing stock last year.
Right.
They brought in this new coach who was going to fix everything. They paid a handsome price to get him, and he's come in and
new ownership too. Really,
it's almost like they have to be having meetings behind the scenes and saying, do we pull the plug on this now, or do we let it go out for an entire season where we were a punching bag for 5 months in a row rather than just for 1 month? I mean, last week's game, like I said, you don't see NFL teams play like that. I mean, it's one thing they gave up 70 points, but it wasn't giving up 70 points. I mean, this was a team that could have given up 100. I mean, they were it was shocking. It was like watching, Alabama play, North Texas State.
Right, the Citadel.
Right. It was, please put the second string in there. Please put the third string in there. Well, unfortunately, the NFL doesn't have a third string. We're already putting our backup running back in there, and he's scoring 4 touchdowns. You haven't even touched him yet. I mean, that was really bad. So I think that of those teams that you mentioned, Denver is the one where people are, I think are saying, man, this thing needs to turn around in a hurry, or, we need to decide that, we signed up Paul Westhead to be our head coach, and this is, Jerry Tarkanian. We signed up Jerry Tarkanian to coach the Spurs, and you know what? 1 month into it, this, towel chomping thing is really getting old. We've got to cut our losses right now. If I'm shocked, absolutely shocked that they didn't fire their defensive coordinator after last week.
Right.
I mean, well, again, maybe
Fangio,
the coach
we're
has
talking
a lot
about,
of class.
Yep.
He doesn't want to embarrass anybody, whatever. But it's like, man, You pull that stunt one more week, especially this week against a team that can't get out of its own way. And, why don't you just hang out here while we head home? Because,
you won't get on the plane.
You lost your, your entry pass to Mile High Stadium.
Right. And the Bears and Vikings fans probably just a little bit more accustomed to this situation anyway, I would say.
And, the Vikings, and the Chargers are kind of the same way. You kind of know, you kind of know what you're in for. I mean, they won all these close games last year, Minnesota did. As on the other side, the Chargers lost a lot of these close games, but they were fun. They're entertaining. There's something about losing 35-34 where you say, you know what? I don't like losing, but our ticket's still available for next week. And so and they're, especially Minnesota, the same way. It's like, I know we're 0-3, but we could easily be 3-0.
Right.
And we catch the break this week, and we win this game, and then oh my goodness, then we look at Green Bay, they're terrible. Look at Chicago, they're terrible. We could very easily be back at 500.
Right. Yeah.
Within 4 or 5 weeks, and then
still
and
played the division leaders twice too, Detroit.
Yeah. So so Minnesota, I think, is really shouldn't be concerned about where they are. Chicago might be concerned about where they are, but Chicago, I think Chicago can absorb a 3-14 season, get the first pick or the second pick in the draft, and think that they're going to start turning things. They maybe need to go in that direction. I think the fans would be okay with it. I just don't think that's going to happen in Minnesota. And I don't think, given, that the Denver just invested all this money and capital in a quarterback and then in a coach, I don't think that their fans are going to buy that at all. So.
All right. I'm going to miss Mike Williams, but Keenan Allen right now is available at over 50-1 to be Offensive Player of the Year. He's had a great season for the Chargers. We're not going to have Eckler in there. We still don't know Garoppolo's status. He has not passed the concussion protocol, so I'm leaning that he's not going to play. We might see this rookie actually get in there over Hoyer, and we'll just have to see how that plays out. But the Raiders, they don't provide much resistance on defense here. They gave up. They made the Pittsburgh offense even look good, we'll say. But the Chargers are laying 5. That number seems cheap to me at home, to be honest. 49.5. The injuries do concern me. Man, are the Chargers one of the most injured franchises ever, I feel like? They're always dealing with something. But both of these teams well, Dave. -5, 49.5. Any good angles here for props? Do the Chargers, can they run away with this thing a little bit? Especially if the rookie's going to get in there or Hoyer for the Raiders. What's your take on this one?
Well, I think that the Raiders, I'd like to know who the quarterback is, because I think there's a huge difference there. I think you plug in Hoyer, you're getting someone like Dalton, someone who's going to go in there, smart, knows, he's playing a very, very bad defensive team. No need to take any chances. Throw the ball short to the tight end. Throw the ball to Adams 15 times. Like Dalton threw the ball to Thielen 15 times last week. Know who you're, make the smart play against a defense that's terrible. I think that Hoyer, if Hoyer quarterbacked this game, they would not skip, wouldn't miss a beat. If O'Connell goes in there and O'Connell's a quarterback, which I kind of hope is the case, because he's fun to watch. I'd really like to see him play a full game, but that could be a disaster waiting to happen.
Right.
He's not that style of quarterback. He's more like Derek Carr. He's more of a gunslinger. Let's get it down the field. let's take some chances. I think he's going to be much more prone to making mistakes against a defense that doesn't cause a whole lot of mistakes. And I think that in the end is going to cost, the Raiders, probably 10 to 14 points. I really think that there's that big a difference between those two quarterbacks. So if it's Hoyer, I think that this has the chance to be a very high scoring game, because all Chargers games are when the other team, actually has a decent quarterback. I think the Chargers without Eckler doesn't necessarily make them a lower scoring team. It hurts them in ways where, well, if they get a lead and they want to actually run the ball a little, they have fewer options. But I wouldn't be surprised if Kelly this week had his best game, just because he's kind of, I think he's trending in that direction. I think that the Chargers now not only don't have Eckler, but don't have Williams. So, they're going to need him to do more. But I don't see the Chargers, I don't see the Williams injury. I mean, it's a blow, no doubt. But I think it's less of a blow to the Chargers than it would be to almost any other team in the league, because they have Palmer. And then people laughed when they drafted Williams. Is that his name? The Texas A&M kid in the second round.
Let's see.
And this another guy who was like a clone of Williams is the guy who got injured, but is a clone of the guy.
Is it Quentin Johnston? Is that what we're talking about?
Yep. Johnston. He's a clone of Williams. He's this monster receiver. I think he's from
plus
TCU.
320 for him for anytime touchdown.
That's it's. I think they're going to have. I think the Chargers will have 3 passing touchdowns in this game. Obviously, none are going to Eckler and none are going to Williams. They do throw to Allen a lot down by the goal line. No doubt about it.
Yeah, he's having a great season.
Palmer or Johnston will get into the end zone at least once this game, and possible that they'll both get in. I think this is going to be a high-scoring game. The scary part is the Chargers are so bad defensively that I don't want to be laying 5 points, and
right.
Because if push comes to shove, they're giving up that last touchdown.
Yeah,
and that's the one that backdoors you.
Throw up dinner in the process.
I think the props are good in this game. I think that I think Hoyer will be sneaky good in the props this week. I don't know what again, if I'm not even sure he's going to start, I'd be shocked if they didn't start him.
Yeah, unlisted. Unlisted. The props.
He was brought in to because the coach knows him. He knows he could plug him into the same thing. He's very similar in style to Garoppolo. I don't think they don't change one play in their game plan going from Garoppolo to him. So why would if you've got him, why not use him as opposed to this rookie guy who looked good in the preseason, but you know what? We'd really like to win this game. With a game they probably think is winnable, and I think Hoyer gives them a much better chance to do that.
Quentin Johnston, 50 plus yards is 3-1, 60 plus is plus 430.
Well, I think we're talking. I mean, pull up last week's stats. Now, granted, last week they threw the ball 18 times to Allen.
Right.
I don't think the Raiders are going to allow that to happen, and that's going to open up opportunities for both Palmer and Johnston. I think both are green light guys in terms of you want to roll the dice on one of them scoring a touchdown, both of them scoring a touchdown, parlay the two of them each scoring a touchdown. parlay each of them 50 plus yards receiving. I think that, because like I said, even if the Chargers get ahead in this game, they realize no lead is safe. So they're not going to sit on the ball. Secondly, they can't sit on the ball. Their star running back isn't there. And so, I think I see fireworks in this game.
Palmer over 45.5 yards. Quentin Johnston over 27.5 yards, and each to get a touchdown pays 27-1.
Wow. I mean, that would be a fun one to root for.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I think that, just parlaying them over the yardage total, that seems lockish.
That's 2.5 to 1. But yeah, if you just wanted to put one big bet down for these guys they could have that in the first quarter.
That's one pass apiece.
Yeah.
And on a team where, like I said, it'd be one thing if Eckler was playing, or if this were a team where, they just lost a star wide out, they're gonna run more. No, they don't have that option. Their running back is injured, and this was one of the reasons they threw 50 times last week or whatever it was. And this is not an elite defensive team. This is a home game, and I just think that that sounds awfully good to me. That to take over on each of those two guys' yardage, parlay them together, mix in a touchdown for one of them, make it a 3-teamer, mix in a touchdown for the other guy, make it a 3-teamer, and I think you're walking away. You're having a nice dinner somewhere.
Let's see here. The other thing you can do is if you do the 50 yards each, just for those guys. Now you're going to plus 724 for 50 yards each if you want to do it that way. So,
well, I mean, I'm more of the find the sure thing,
right,
and bet twice as much on it rather than
right.
find the long shot and bet less on it. I just think that it's one thing if you're not really confident in anything happening, and all right, let's take a stab in the dark that this guy's going to catch a touchdown pass. Those two numbers just are just so low that it's like, man, they're giving money away there, I think, and then so now we've got these two things that we can start plugging in. Now let's find a third thing that's the long shot, so that we're going to make money or whatever. And like I said, maybe that's okay. Let's tag on Johnson to score a touchdown,
Kelsey for a touchdown,
Palmer to score 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And we've talked about a lot about talked about a lot of games here. There hasn't really been a whole lot that stood out in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
One game that we haven't talked about, I really like. I'll mention that later on. But this to me is like, oh man, okay, this is the one game that so far has jumped out and says, buy me.
Johnston 31-1 for 2 touchdowns. Palmer 16-1 for 2 touchdowns. So you can have one mix and match and some stuff.
Well, again, that to me is something where it's we've talked about this before as well, that one of the things that Vegas has been very hesitant about over the years is allowing you to parlay 2 things that are interconnected. It's like, I'm gonna parlay Herbert to throw for 300 yards and Herbert to throw for 3 touchdowns. Well, if one thing happens, the other thing's probably going to happen. And so, Vegas would say, no, we're not going to allow you to parlay those 2 things because it's like parlaying the same thing to each other.
Right.
Well, I want to parlay Herbert over 300 yards to Herbert over 300 yards. But no. You can't do that. we pay 2.5 to 1, where if you just played them separately, you'd only get 2 to 1. Well, we ain't stupid. Well, you know what? The FanDuel era has opened up all of these new opportunities, things that they didn't allow before, but now they do.
Yeah, the possibilities are endless, really.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so you end up with, they're going to allow me to take Johnston over whatever 27 yards and Johnston to score a touchdown, and parlay those together. If I could be dead wrong, he may catch 0 passes, but you know what? So I've made one bet and I lost it, rather than making 2. But if if I'm right and one thing happens, then I'm pretty confident the other thing's going to happen. And in which case, they're not paying me as if I won 2 bets. They're paying me 2.5 or more, for just for my one small investment. I think that's, I think in general, that's a good betting philosophy.
All right, let's go. Let's go to your neck of the woods here. The 49ers and the Cardinals, 14 points. The Niners favorite here, 43.5 is the total. I mean, these Cardinals have been decent. Dobbs, he's an okay quarterback. He's not the worst for sure. They ruined many a Cowboy survivor picks last week. The bulk of my load included. I still have one hanging with the Chiefs victory, so I'm going to have to come up with a survivor. In fact, I did use it this game. I'm going to just go down with the ship, I guess, if I go down with the Cardinals again. But I'm going to trust the 49ers at home with my survivor. They're laying 14 over under 43.5. Do the Cardinals fall back to reality or perceived reality here on this 4:25 Eastern Standard Time game, Dave?
Well, I mean, are the Cardinals going to win this game? No, I've been impressed with what they've done, especially offensively. They do have some nice, intriguing outside receiver options. If this quarterback can develop, and
Connor's giving him something to run him back too.
Right. He's done fine. I mean, we'll see if he's the long term. Well, obviously they've got Kyler Murray waiting back there for at some point, but
could they trade him to the Jets? They don't have any draft capital for that.
Who you mean?
Kyler Murray.
Oh, I thought you were going to trade Dobbs.
No. Keep Dobbs.
He's probably good enough to start for the Jets. Heck, I'd trade Kyler Murray back to the A's.
Right.
I think that the Cardinals offensively are good enough to score points on pretty much anybody. I mean, you score points on Dallas. You're certainly capable of scoring points on the 49ers, who have not been stellar defensively. The 49ers have been great offensively, but I think they've scored exactly 30 points every game so far.
Yep.
I want to say, and this is probably the weakest team that they've played so far. They're at home. I don't see any reason why they don't score 30 points again this game. And so you mentioned the total there for 43.
That's pretty low, huh, for this one?
Yeah, I mean, if the 49ers are going to score 30, which I think they can, then the Cardinals going to score 13. Well, they've certainly demonstrated so far that they can. And like I said, the 49ers defensively, I don't know. I mean, not great in my opinion. And I can see this being a high scoring type game, not a Chargers or Vikings type of high scoring game, but something where that total just seems a little low. And I certainly wouldn't get involved in, trying to predict whether they're going to win by 2 touchdowns or not.
Right.
But I think the 49ers offensively, there's no reason why they don't, Debo's injured, and I don't know if he's going to play or not, but, they've had Ayuk out of the lineup, and you've hardly noticed that. Kind of brings Kittle more into view. And it's nice to have a third option like that when one of the other two is not playing or not on his game. Of course, you always have McCaffrey. I don't know. I think the I think 49ers really should have a really nice offensive game here. And don't be surprised if Arizona, when all said and done, is chomping at 20 points or so.
Yeah, it's at 34-20 we could even get to, something like that. Right. Yeah.
And that's way over the projected total.
That is way over. Would you look at any Cardinal fantasy angles here then, or prop angles?
I mean, it's hard. I certainly wouldn't go in the direction of someone like Connor.
52.5, same number as last week, and he flew over that.
Yeah, I know, and I
not
thought
this
that
week.
was dead wrong on him last week in that regard. But I don't think that's going to be their way of putting points up against the 49ers. I think it's going to come down to one of their outside guys.
I could see Dobbs over 17.5.
You would think so, because he's going
he could scramble, run away from
those. Exactly. He's going to be under pressure. He's going to be throwing the ball a lot. They're going to be behind. And so, I mean, that makes sense to me.
All right, maybe a good day for Kittle. 42.5 is his over/under. We haven't seen. Last week he had a good game. Yes.
Well, like I said, when Ayuk or when Samuel's out, then there's just more balls that go to him, because they don't really have a third wideout where they're going to throw 8 balls to him this game. They'll throw Jennings a couple, throw somebody else 1 or 2. They don't really have a backup tight end they throw the ball to. They don't have this pass catching back who comes in from McCaffrey and steals 5 passes. And so they, what do they have? Well, they have this tight end who blocks a lot when everybody's healthy, but when there's the need, they'll throw him 7 or 8 balls, and when he catches one, he tends to get 15 or 20 yards at a time. So, and this should be one of those cases where, it sure sounds like Samuel's going to be out, and I think it's a golden opportunity for Kittle to have a big game.
Yeah, Samuel's not listed on the props. Ayuk actually is right now.
Yeah,
so we'll see how that
goes. Hasn't been practicing this week, and Ayuk, who's been out, it sounds like he's back. Been practicing all week, so it sounds like he's fine, and all the more reason for them to say, Samuel, look, take this week off. We got bigger fish to fry next week.
Right. All right, Dave. The Sunday night game is going to be all right. So if you're a sports book in Vegas or Atlantic City, or wherever you are in the world as a sports book, and you're running that thing, you are bracing your seat. Your heart's probably pounding out of your chest, because you're probably going to war with the New York Jets, catching 8.5 at home against the Kansas City Chiefs, minus 8.5. Of course, they looked dominant last week. 41.5 is the total here. We talked about a few of these teams just in the downward spiral already. You can add the Jets to that list as well. The quarterback's taking a beating. Salah's taking a beating. But you know what? The general manager should have had a backup plan for Rodgers from the get-go if it wasn't going to be Wilson. So this guy's going to take some flack, I think, anyway. They're going to get it. But here comes the Kelsey army, Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid. The Chiefs are just going to be in another class above the Jets for sure. 8.5 seems cheap to me here, to be honest. 41.5 actually seems low, to be honest. Could this game get ugly for New York?
I mean, I don't know. I'm a couple things tell me no. I mean, again, and I've expected better things from the Jets the last 2 weeks, and they've been really bad. Obviously, a lot of that's been the quarterback, but a lot of that's been their defense.
Right.
What happened to the defense that I saw on opening night against Buffalo? And that defense needs to show up.
They're number 20 right now overall.
Yeah, I think it can. Kansas City, is not the type of offensive juggernaut that they've been in the past. Obviously, they've got this great tight end, and he's the number one guy you got to worry about. but their outside receivers are nothing special. Their running game is nothing special. And, you know, something happened in that game last week where if you were watching, you saw Mahomes, the guy land on his ankle.
Right. He got a little thing.
And all of a sudden he's limping around a little. That to me was a very bad sign because it didn't look like he got hit that hard or stepped on or fallen on or whatever it was that hard. And yet there was a lot of pain there. And you just wonder, the one first big hit he takes, from a Jets defense that can get after you, you wonder if he's going to get back up or if he's going to limp the whole game. And that changes everything. And so I don't know. I fear that there's a chance that he's not going to be on top of his game here. I think there's a chance that the Jets are going to play a really good defensive game here. I can't imagine the Jets possibly winning this game just based on how bad their offense has been. But I do think the defense can put up a fight like they did on opening night. I don't see Kansas City going crazy in this game unless, Wilson just, throws them a touchdown.
They completely fall apart.
Which is possible. Exactly. And so I've been off base on them the last couple of weeks. Like I said, I expected better things out of their defense the last couple of weeks. Is it asking too much for them to rise up, treat this game like the opening night game? And even if they do, is that even going to be good enough against Kansas City? How's the weather? I've seen rainouts there.
Right.
Obviously, the big baseball controversy the other night.
Yes.
And so how is that going to impact this game? A night game. So I'm going to watch this. I'm not going to get involved.
All right. The weather looks like it's going to be, just so we get that straight, as we can avoid all these pop-ups.
Well, let's have the
sunny in 70
out yet today.
Sunny in mid-70s. Yeah.
Well, first off, it ain't going to be sunny.
It is raining today.
8:15 at night.
Right. Yes. Clear skies.
It is
skies.
raining today in New York.
Yeah. Yep. That's what they have right now. Yep.
Well, that's that makes 3 days in a row. So, all right. So no, I'm gonna.
All right. So red light on this one.
I'm gonna pass on that game.
Okay. So we'll red light this one. Okay. Is this the fun game you were talking about? Maybe we did it with the Cardinals. I'm doubting that though. Seahawks and Giants.
It is not. It is not the game I'm talking about.
All right. We'll have to get to that in a minute. All right. So, all right, Dave, I'll say this though. The Seahawks are 1.5-point favorites at the Giants, over under 47.5. I think it's just me. I think he's executing better than I'm thinking. But, man, it really seems like when Geno Smith drops back and throws that ball, he's just lobbing that thing up for grabs half the time. I just see Lockett undercut his receiver to try and make a defensive play and knock that thing down. It's almost like you're holding your breath. I mean, is this going to be an interception? I really, really kind of get that feeling. And I wouldn't be shocked to see him regress, to be honest. If there's a comeback player year of the award from coming back from being the player of the year to going back to sucking, Geno might actually be it. But that being said, they have won a couple games here, and they are putting up points for sure. But, man, I just do hold my breath when Geno throws that ball. But 1.5, the favorite for the Seahawks, 47.5. Pete Carroll's going to have his boys prepared for this trip across country, right?
Well, I mean,
it's a tough game.
I agree with what you said about Seattle, and the bottom line that, man, they're putting up some nice points. I mean, they put up 30 some odd in that Detroit game,
right?
And now in
and Carolina too, right?
How in the world did that happen?
Right.
And then come back last week, granted against a bad team, but again put up big numbers. My concern is about the Giants. I mean, obviously the opening week they were absolutely terrible, but how much have they improved the last two games? I mean, they were terrible for a half or 3/4 of their game against Arizona. But they, found a way at the end of that game, to pull it out. Then they show up in San Francisco, a tough spot, a short week. I don't know. I don't want to say they were really competitive in that game, but they weren't terrible.
They weren't
either,
the worst. Yeah.
And so we're talking about a team that's played Dallas and the 49ers already. And should we really be surprised that they're 1-2? I think that, I'm not sure they're playing their best football right now, but I don't think that we're looking at the Jets here either. I think we're looking at a team that's, competent offensively and defensively. I don't think there's that big a difference, if there isn't one at all, between these two teams. I think going into the year, last year they basically had the same record. This year, I think they were projected basically to have the same record. And I don't know. I just don't see there being a big difference between these two teams. But there's enough uncertainty there with the Giants. Are they really, are they worse? I mean, is that Arizona game the game that's really telling us, they should lose to Dallas. Yeah, they should lose to the 49ers. But they really should beat Arizona by 14 points. And, in fact, they almost lost that game by 14 points. Is that the game that's really telling us this team is not that good this year? You've still got Barkley, injured, or at least questionable. I think he's back at practice, but what's he at this point? Again, another game where I can see this game going either way. I'd like to see Seattle win, but I'm not confident that that's going to happen. In the NFC, you go from Philadelphia and the 49ers, to the second tier, which is basically Dallas only. Maybe the Lions are creeping in there, but then you get into the third tier teams, and is there really, that much?
That's a mixed bag for sure, right? Yeah,
right, between Seattle and the Giants, and another 4 or 5 other teams very similar to them. And so, this is a toss of the coin game. I don't see either team having a big advantage, offense versus defense. I don't really see this being a big fantasy game either, but I wouldn't say, you got to avoid these guys in this game too. I like all that said, my way of saying, I'll again, like the Kansas City Jets game. I probably won't even watch this game. It's not a real exciting game.
Right.
Can you imagine, scheduling these two games back to back, fourth week of the season, last day of the NFL baseball regular season, kind of, say, okay, it's football time. Let's get the Jets on Sunday night against Kansas City.
Oh, yeah, these New York teams are playing a ton of games
Monday
at night.
night.
Yep.
Yeah, and
if they could flex, they would.
If they could flex, they would. Oh my God, this is what we get for scheduling. One New York team in a primetime game. What were we thinking? Putting 2 of them back to back. I don't know. I think that I don't know. I have no excitement level.
All right. So if you have 3 teams in the league where at this point in the season, they're kind of head scratchers, you got to see a lot more. Not really sure what you have. The Giants fall in that category.
Well, I mean, I guess you would say yes, but I don't have high expectations for them either. Right. I mean, there are other teams like Jacksonville, where you would say, man, I really thought they were going to have a good season this year. And are they really as bad as they've looked, or as mediocre as they've looked? To me, they are much more of a mystery. Because I think they could do some damage in the playoffs, or certainly make the playoffs, and heck, maybe even win their division, as opposed to the Giants. So the Giants ain't winning their division, and if they get into the playoffs, they get in as the last seed. Heck, they could match up with Seattle in the first round, for all we know. I don't know. I can see them really nothing's happened yet that tells me the Giants aren't going to be that team when all is said and done. Whereas Jacksonville, I don't know what team they got.
Right.
And so to me, you know, who else falls into that category? Who never falls into this category is Baltimore.
Right.
And what the heck are they?
Right.
And this week, they're playing at Cleveland, a very, very tough game.
That's a hard
Baltimore's got a bunch of injuries. You know what's Cleveland? You know, I mean, Cleveland looks like
they might not have
they
Watson
could be
either.
Really good, perhaps. I mean, there's another team where, what do we got here? I mean, there's a handful of these teams, and we're only 3 games into the season, so that's not really surprising.
Okay, let's find this fun game that you were talking about. There's not that many left at this point.
Well, I mean, fun might be a different way of saying. I think there's an obvious outcome in this game. We've talked about most of the rest of the game. I'm going to fast forward to it because you're gonna miss it with your first 2.
Right. All right, what do we got?
It's the Steelers and the Texans.
That was going to be my first guess.
Okay,
that was the first
because
guess.
we talked about the Texans last week,
Right?
And the Texans quarterback, a young quarterback, is going to be only as successful as his offensive line, the amount of time he gets or whatever. Jacksonville, a terrible pass rushing team. We kind of knew that the quarterback was going to have all day to throw. He did have all day to throw. Houston had a monster offensive game. They really looked like all of a sudden, who's Tank Dell? Who's all these great receivers that they got? They didn't even throw the ball to Nico Collins last week. And it's like, wow, is this team, is Stroud, really this good? Like, no. Stroud, was playing Maryland, last week. The Ohio State offensive line, didn't let Stroud get touched when they were playing these bad teams. And in this game, not that Jacksonville's a bad team, but they're a bad pass rushing team. And he had all day. This is the polar opposite. This is the one that, we're playing Penn State this week. This is a team that's going to get after the quarterback. They're going to knock him off his mark. And he's going to scramble. He's not one of the, he's not the Bears quarterback who, when he's scrambling, he's at his best. This is not that type of quarterback. He's more of a stay in the pocket kind of guy. I think that the Steelers under Cowher have made a living, kind of like New England, of feasting on these young quarterbacks, throwing things at them they've never seen. This is a game that's got defensive, touchdowns written all over it, sacks, fumbles. I think Pittsburgh's defense in this game could outscore Houston's offense. Houston, now they've got offensive line problems. I think Pittsburgh, which is, certainly hasn't distinguished itself yet this year, but is, has been competitive. I think this is their game where, okay, this is our finally, game. We win by 2 touchdowns on the road. We scored, give me a defensive score, anytime defensive score in this game for Cleveland.
Plus 650, is that?
Plus what?
It's plus 650 for Pittsburgh to score on defense.
There you go. Yep. I mean, to me, to predict the defensive score, you're always going to say, well, it's never going to be a 50-50 proposition. But to me, I could see it being a 2-to-1 proposition in a game like this, where you kind of see where this game is headed, and Pittsburgh's got a history, like I said, of taking advantage of situations like this. Plus 650 to me is an absolute steal in this game. Heck, I'd take a real stab in the dark at 2 defensive scores, and get 25-1 or whatever they offer on something like that.
Off the board right now.
Yeah, well, exactly, because
that could happen.
Nobody's dumb enough to actually bet on something like that, because it never happens. But I would look at, and I don't know, how many props are they allowing, they put out there in games like this, but if you could, will Houston have more than 2.5 turnovers? Definitely, I definitely look at the over and something like that. Will Pittsburgh have more than 3.5 sacks? I definitely look for something, at the over and something like that. I think Pittsburgh's defense should really dominate this game. So this is a game this week to me that stands out as, this is there's a lot of promising things on Pittsburgh's side in this game.
So they're 3-point favorites over under 41.5. So double-digit winners for sure.
I think so.
So Minnesota and Pittsburgh would be two good ones to kind of move that line up if you wanted to beat up on some teams that they should be better than in this circumstance.
Exactly. Yes, and for different reasons. So, like I said, you would think Minnesota, has played enough close games that they need a game against an overmatched.
And they'll just outscore them no matter what.
Yeah, they have way too much firepower for a team like this. And Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh offense, which has been nothing special. Houston's defense could hang in there against Pittsburgh's offense, but as the game, as you commit your first over and then it's 3-0, and then you commit your second turnover and it's 10-0, and now all of a sudden you've dug this hole, and now Pittsburgh's into their game and they're grinding it out, and now you're up against it, and we got to throw more often. But hey, we threw the ball well last week. Yeah, that was because they didn't allow pass rush last week. This week they are allowing it, and Pittsburgh's all over your quarterback. I like I said, two different reasons why I think both those teams will be successful on the road, but I do think both those teams will be successful on the road.
Stroud under 232 yards passing, 232.5.
I don't see it. What scares me is, how far is Pittsburgh getting ahead in this game, and how much, is he getting 120
garbage
of those
time,
yards
right?
in the
They
fourth quarter? They're
right.
behind. But, that said as well, you sack a quarterback, you hit him, time and again early in the game. You even wondering if they, do they down 31-3 going to the fourth quarter. Don't you want?
He could be on the bench, hurt.
Yeah, right. The Stanford guy was the guy that was their quarterback last year.
Davis Mills, right? Yeah.
Davis Mills. Don't you want him in the game at that point? So, but yeah, if I had to pick one aside on that, I would look at the under. But like I said, I'd be looking for every angle on. Will Houston have? Like I said, over under 2.5 is a little high. They put a total on interceptions, but if they put like a 1.5 on the interceptions for this game, that would be stealing money.
All right, so the best game, it's the obvious one too. Bills Dolphins. That's the game that's going to get you excited the most this week.
Yes. I of course, and pretty much anything the Dolphins touch these days is going to be. Is going to get my attention. I think the Raiders-Chargers game has a chance to, to be a very interesting game. Again, same kind of reason, because you've got this big offensive team that throws the ball a lot. Chargers tend to make their games interesting.
Right. Yes, they do.
And the Raiders,
that's an understatement.
This is a rivalry, and the Raiders, should be able to hang in there with them, I think. So that's,
they
that's
usually
a
do, actually.
Nice afternoon, Western afternoon start.
Okay. All right, Dave. Enjoy the games, man. We'll talk next week.
Okay, thanks.
All right. We will be back right after this. CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Hey, does your home have algae or stains on the siding? Is there grime built up on your deck or brick patio? Coastal Pressure Washing Services has a warranty of professional services. From pressure washing to window cleaning to deck and fence staining, as well as dryer vent cleaning, you got it all. Call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net. Again, call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517. Do you want to advertise with Deep End Broadcasting? Send us an email at deepend757@yahoo.com. That's deepend757@yahoo.com.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
It is estimated that 23% of car accidents each year involve a cell phone. That's 1.3 million accidents a year. Reaching for your phone, you are 4 times more likely to crash. Dialing on your phone, 2.8 times more likely to crash. And texting on your phone, you are 23 times more likely to crash. Attentive drivers are safe drivers.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
Definitely sports. Great stuff from Dave Del Grande, as always, here on the Round Robin, the Deep End Broadcasting Network, 9:10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the first day of October. And you know what that means, Nephew Dave. We're 10 days away from the start of the NHL season, which I know you're hyped up to get to that.
I am ready, Steve.
So it looks like we're doing a hockey preview, our first episode of What the Puck is Going On. And Nephew Dave had some artwork he sent me to look pretty sharp. That's in progress. So we will look at 5 p.m. for NHL season preview. Maybe what we'll do is we'll do one conference this Wednesday and one conference next Wednesday.
Yeah, because we got a good bit to get over to, like we mentioned.
Is the first game a week from Wednesday?
I believe so. It's 10 days to the official start.
All right, let's get an exact detail on that, because what we can do is, we can do that, and then the for a show on Wednesday night.
Right.
And then we'll go from there. We'll have a more solid announcement of when we will be broadcasting at the same time. We
Right.
should say. Lost for words right there. Europe, 11.5. USA, 5.5. Although I do see some more red up there indicating that they're not going to lose any more pace at this point. But those are all closer matchups where the Europeans they're 4 up in one match, 2 up in another, and the 3 Americans are only 1 up. So dire straits for sure in Rome for the Americans as they are just getting spanked. And what I'll say is the story of the weekend, Nephew Dave.
Oh, absolutely.
For sure. And let's see. We're going to break down the whole slate. We got to track down the Ant-Man. But Dave, let's do Survivor first. You can go down through the games. I'll tell you a yes or no this week along with you, and we will see if we can get a declared survivor. And the Cowboys, both of us with issues, mass issues last week with the Ravens and the Cowboys. But I have one left with the Chiefs. Are you completely out?
I'm out. I'm done.
All right. So let's go ahead and see what we got. Go down the list, David.
All right. We got the Falcons, Jags, the international series there, Steve. I myself would probably not be looking at any kind of survivor here.
We will have that game live in studio too through the morning. So
Right.
we'll keep you up to date as it happens.
And I want to note this real quick too, Steve. I was a little bit higher on the Jags, and I know it's still early, but they haven't shown me much. I'm pretty disappointed in them right now.
We've talked a lot about that on the show already.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
probably are the biggest disappointment of the year so far.
Dolphins, Bills. I think that is going to be a great game. No survivor with me, though, Steve.
No survivor here. Nope.
Broncos, Bears. You could maybe make a case for the 0-3 Broncos. I'm not comfortable enough with it. What say you?
Nope.
Ravens, Browns. Nothing there.
Yes.
Actually, you could probably use the Browns in this spot, I think, just because of their defense.
Well, Deshaun Watson. Well, the injuries are plenty on both of these teams.
Oh, absolutely.
But the important thing will be to see if Deshaun Watson's playing. He's the one guy I still am not sure about. So I'm going to try to get that as we go here now. But yeah, I'll pass on that for Survivor.
Steelers, Texans. I think you could use the Steelers in this spot. What about you?
I would. It would concern me there on the road, and the Texans with a nice win last week. So I will say no.
Vikings, Panthers in a game you'd think the Vikings would win. They're 0-3. Would definitely be a no for me.
I think you could get risky and take the Vikings here, but you do that with a bad taste in your mouth.
Yeah, well,
It's like taking a triple shot of Jägermeister. You're going to kind of want to throw it up when you do it. But that's the feeling I would get taking the Vikings in any kind of survivor pool against anybody, against Duke University, much less the Carolina Panthers. But I think, I don't know. The Panthers should have stayed with Andy Dalton. I don't know what they're doing going back to this rookie so fast. No one's really talking much about it, but it just doesn't. I watched that game with Carolina and Seattle, and the Panthers were able to move the ball well.
Right.
It's not like Andy Dalton's the greatest thing out there, the Red Rocket. We know that, right?
No, definitely not.
And then I had to get the old laughter. But he's one step above the Matt Ryans of the world, the Carson Wentz's of the world. He's better than that. He can actually play football, kind of. It might not be the prettiest thing. There's something to say about these savvy old veterans after all these years of experience, just being able to do well. Flutie was able to do it. Testaverde was able to do it in his prime. I mean, the older you get, the wiser you get. I mean, look at Matthew Stafford now with what he has to work with,
Right.
Dealing through the cup injury, he's made these guys better. We were talking about that off the air with Nakua and Atwell, right? And there's something to say about the old savvy man quarterback. Tom Brady went to Super Bowls with no one around him.
Right, yeah.
In the skill positions. You got to remember that.
Well,
it's not
they
like
usually
he was
had a
surrounded by
killer
talent.
defense as well.
He always had that. That's for sure.
And that certainly helps the cause in that regard. All right, Steve, Rams, Colts. While I think this will actually be a good game, I don't have anything there in Survivor myself.
I'll pass. Del Grande loves the Rams here, but I'm not going to take them in the Survivor.
No. Buccaneers at the Saints. Again, it's in one that I'm really just not sure of, so it would be a pass for me.
I'm not going to trust the Saints. And the Buccaneers lost to the Eagles, but that's just a much better team than they are.
Right,
you know?
right.
And they were just outclassed. I would expect a better performance today from Tampa Bay. I would not be surprised if they won that game.
No, me either.
Against Jameis Winston.
All right, Steve, my game, Commanders, Eagles. Unfortunately, if you got the Eagles, I think this is a good spot here today to use them. What do you think?
I don't like the fact that it's divisional and Washington just plays them hard.
Right.
They play them a hard game every time out. Yes, the Eagles look good even with the flu, but I think the Commanders are still a little bit better than the Buccaneers. Even in that bad defeat last week to Buffalo, that just kind of got away with them, spiraled out of control. Bad play calling there at the goal line with the shotgun. I talked about earlier in the week. The shotgun handoff, which is just ridiculous. I don't know what these coaches are doing.
We talked about that last year, Steven.
I talked about it for years and years. We're talking about when it's 4th and 1, 4th and goal, 4th and short, whatever. Even 3rd and short. You see these offenses line up in the shotgun and do delayed handoff a lot of times, and it doesn't get anywhere. The defensive line is already in the backfield. You always lose a yard. You never even get back to the line of scrimmage.
It fires me up every time I see it. It doesn't even have to be my team. And I'm like sitting here, what the hell are you doing? This is not college, all right? This is the NFL. Just line up and run right at them. You take your big boys and go right at them. I don't understand those type of plays being called, and we see it quite often. So it's not just one team in particular. Steve just drives me crazy at the end of the day. Bengals at the Titans. I don't know, Steve. I would maybe say the Bengals if they can get heading in the right direction. Titans seem to be flirting with the stinky list there, Steve.
Both of these teams have a lot to prove to me still. The Bengals line is not good. And can Tennessee get after him today? I don't know. You always want to think Tennessee's just a good, stingy, grinded out defensive team. I'm not so sure they're even that this year. This is a tough game for me. I expect it to be close and not a play for me at all. It's not like it's long travel for Cincinnati. You should see plenty of Cincinnati fans there. I would think they would make that trip. I would lean with the Bengals here. I think.
Yeah, I think so.
It's kind of is it, Dave. It's not the ultimate system play, which is now 2-0 with the Lions beating the Packers Thursday night, and the Patriots beating the Jets last week. We're talking about the favorite on the road who has the same record or worse, better in division. But this is a conference matchup where I think this applies as well. So even though Tennessee is the home team with the same record as Cincinnati, Tennessee is the underdog. So that just tells me that this could be a day for the Bengals.
I would agree, Steve. All right, the Raiders are at the Chargers. You know what, Steve? I think I would use the Chargers here. And did Garoppolo ever clear his?
Aiden O'Connell will start a quarterback for Los Angeles.
Okay, well, you gotta not like that.
I think this is a good time. Yeah, you could use the Chargers now.
Chargers should light it up today. Keenan Allen for 2. Let's go.
That's good. That is very well possible. He has been on fire. Dave Del Grande kind of laughed at me when I said Keenan Allen, the offensive player of the year for over 50-1. But he's thrown a touchdown pass. He's been great. And if he continues to put up big numbers and a lot of scores, and Tyreek were to get hurt or something like that, then absolutely that could happen.
Right. All right, Steve. Here's one that I like. Intriguing matchup. Patriots at the Cowboys. Can the Patriots take advantage of an ugly loss from Dallas to the Cardinals last week?
Survivor pool wise,
I wouldn't, but
I'm not taking Dallas.
other talks of this game, and we'll get into that. Steve, do you got to feel some kind of good about it, right?
Oh, yeah. All right. So if you're asking me for my state of the Patriots address here, which it sounds like you are, yeah, I would say that there's definitely a little bit of optimism. I think even winning an ugly game on the road, that defense looks good for New England. The problem is they always look good, and then they play the really, really good teams, and they don't look as good. And they are dealing with injuries. I mean, you're talking about another team that has injuries galore. They've had a ton of them. But Mac Jones does rank top 5 in a lot of quarterback categories, believe it or not. And maybe, just maybe, if they can sneak and steal this one, and Buffalo gets the win today, next thing you know, you're just one game out of the division lead. And I'll say this. They probably have to feel better about themselves losing to Miami the way they did in a close game by 7 points than they would Denver did. Denver got their doors blown off by 50. Gave up 70 points. New England looked much better on defense compared to what the Broncos rang to the table. So I would say that's encouraging. You see that score, like, oh, wait a minute. We played them pretty close. Maybe we do a few things different next time. We can get those guys when we see them again. That's the question. Is Miami the greatest show on turf for the Patriots to be able to put up a decent enough deal? Yeah, they have beaten the greatest show on turf before in the Super Bowl,
right,
with the Rams. So they do have that nostalgia going for them. I would say this. You want to see it again today. You want to see a good effort, and losing the close games at some point, it's just going to be too much. You're going to want to at least edge it out. And I think it is. I think it's at least a competitive game in Dallas today. Get Dak to turn it over a couple times. There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you're going to win the game today.
All right. Well, I'm with you today, Steve, for sure. All right. The Cardinals are at the 49ers. I think if you got the 49ers, probably a good spot to use them.
It's the last spot you can use them, really, because you have a lot of tough. You have Bengals on the schedule. You have Cowboys. You have Eagles. You have all these good teams coming up on the schedule for the 49ers. So it is, yes, you use them now, or maybe never. And you know what? At this point, if I go down with the Cardinals again, and I said this earlier on the show, the Cardinals have been, even in winning, the Cardinals have been a survivor nightmare for me.
Right.
Trying to play against them. But I could see the Niners at least squeaking this out today, right? At home.
Right.
At least I would hope so.
But there is this to say about the Cardinals, I think, Steve. They don't quit. They're going to give you a game. That's for sure. So we think 49ers, certainly. All right, Steve.
Yeah, 49ers is my survivor.
There you go. Chiefs at the Jets. Got to think this is a game for the Chiefs. If you have them, you could probably use them here. What you thinking?
I would. I think this is a bookie's nightmare, to be honest. This is a game that everyone's going to have their money on the Chiefs tonight. And literally the bookies are going to be going to the table like, oh, man, we got to go and survive Patrick Mahomes. And then next thing you know, they're down 31-0 right out of the gate. And it was like, ooh, I told you so. I told you so. So I could see that kind of scenario, to be honest, playing out today. So I don't think you can chalk out the Chiefs as far as a survivor pick. I think you could take them. For sure.
Right, for sure. All right, last game for survivor: Seahawks at the Giants. That's a tough one for me, Steve. I don't think there's much survivor factor in there.
Complete pass. Run away.
Turn around, run the complete opposite direction.
All right, so that's it for survivor.
That's it for the survivor.
Okay. Let's see here. Want to make sure. Well, yeah. So text us your picks if you got them. Tell us the reason why. 757-354-5517. That's again 757-354-5517. Tell us your picks
what you like today. Give us a reason, and we will go through the slate right now. We'll see if the A-Man catches up as well. I'm trying to get the right production banner up here, Nephew David. Stand by, everyone, for half a second as I click through the one I want to get up on here. I will update a score. We do have an English Premier League game on as well. That is 0-0 Nottingham Forest and Brentford. Do you have that going on, Dave, this morning?
No, Liverpool put the screws to me yesterday. Left a bad taste. If
you had Liverpool, you were playing with 2 men down for a good portion of the second half.
I saw that.
So, yeah, not a good scenario there. Anytime you have 2, I was needing the over, to be honest.
Right.
So,
well, I took both teams to score, but Liverpool with the result. And we got the teams to score, but we didn't get the result.
They're literally a goal away from a lot. There was one point for sure in the first half. I had like a $6 like 8-teamer, and it paid out like $140,000. At one point, it was like 6 of them in the first half looked really good, and then you just need to come back on the other 2, right? Which Everton was one of the picks. They sucked yesterday. So Everton's back to being Everton again.
Which they usually do.
Okay, let's go down to slate because we have a game starting right now, actually. In fact, let me tune this in. We'll get the soccer off. We need to get this NFL game up on. And if you're looking for it, everybody, it's on ESPN Plus today. So if you're trying to flip around the channel, you're like, where the hell is this game at? This is your first ever ESPN Plus game. So ESPN Plus carrying the Jaguars and the Falcons. I think our man Chris Fowler is in the booth doing the play-by-play for that one. They take them overseas and out of college game day. How about that?
Right.
For the NFL game. Okay, so this game up right now, 3.5 and 42.5. Money line is minus 190 plus 160 on the comeback. For the Falcons, tough trip for Atlanta, maybe for their first. I think they've done this trip at least once, but I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago, maybe a little bit more recent. Here are the Jaguars. Yeah, so these teams would play every 4 years, right? So and they always want to put a bad game over there. So this was the game 4 years ago with Jacksonville and Atlanta. Atlanta from the NFC, Jacksonville from the AFC. Thus the reason they only play every 4 years. And the Jags need to get right game, Dave.
Right, they do.
They look bad. But I mean, I just don't get this Ritter stuff. I just really, really don't. The preseason hype surrounding the Falcons and how they could, how they're going to be a playoff team, a division winner. I'm not convinced of any of that. Even as bad as Jacksonville has been. So Jacksonville, I'm going to look to get things situated today. I think they can win this game, and I think they can win it by double digits, to be honest. If they start to light it up on this offense, the Falcons are going to have a hard time trying to keep up with them. So I'm going to go Jaguars on this, David.
Yeah, I would too, Steve. Over under is 42.5. That's an interesting number. I think both these teams could put up some points, so I think that's something that maybe you could consider as well. Minus 108 for the over, minus 112 for the under. It's going to be close, Steve, but I could see, I could see a possible over scenario here. Maybe Jacksonville, if they're going to do it by double digits, they can get most of it for you. And you just need Atlanta to help you out a little bit, which I think they can, Steve.
So I get a 50% profit boost. Well, I'll go ahead and make a ticket real quick as we get this coin toss underway. And it looks like that the Falcons have won the toss. They have deferred. So Jacksonville has won the toss and they have deferred. Thus, Atlanta will get the ball first. But yeah, I'm gonna take the Jags here, Dave. I'm gonna go ahead and do a nice same game parlay while we're on the air right now, and we'll see what we can get to. So I'll take a Calvin Ridley anytime touchdown. I will take Trevor Lawrence for 275 yards passing. And I'm going to take Jacksonville to do exactly what I said, and that's to win by double digits. And we'll go ahead and chalk these guys up for, you know what? We're just going to do a random number here. We'll go ahead and do minus 15.5. How about that?
Ooh, okay.
So Lawrence for 275, Ridley for a touchdown, and a blowout. And I get a profit boost on this as well. In fact, what I'm going to do is actually take Ridley out for 1. And I'm going to punch him in for the 2 because we want to maximize his profit boost.
Interesting.
And he gets 12-1 there.
I'm guessing he's good to go then. No news on an injury.
Yeah, no, we're in. So here, we'll go ahead and put $7 on this to win 1,180 for Lawrence 275, Jaguars minus 15.5. And Ridley for 2 touchdowns. And that's how we have fun on a Sunday morning around here. All right, David. What about you? Just Jaguars for you, or a closer game? What do you think?
Yeah, I was thinking that, and a possible over scenario if Jacksonville is going to win by the 2 scores or more. Maybe you just need a little bit of help from Atlanta, and I think they're decent enough to give you just a little bit of help that you would need to get over.
Well, the Jags are bound to let these guys run free at running back for sure.
Right.
And 41.5 does seem like it's a little bit of a lower number too. So I had the same inclination that you did. But, under a gun and under pressure while on the air and having to get this bet in as kickoff goes, I went ahead and fired that right there. All right, big game of the day. Buffalo and Miami. This is the biggest one. Buffalo minus 3, over under 53.5. Miami, the first place team in the AFC East right now. Buffalo is at 2-1. The Jets and Pats are both at 1-2. Pats early tiebreaker there. But this division could tighten up today with a Buffalo win, or Miami's going to be starting to sail away maybe from all of these teams if things really break right for them today. But they're catching a field goal. 53.5 is a lot of points here. It's a beautiful day. I don't know how we don't keep these guys off the scoreboard, David.
Steve, yeah. Oh, man, yeah.
So this is a same game parlay fiesta on things. I think we can go down the list of whatever. Let's see. Anytime touchdown scores. Hill is just minus 135. So is Mostert. Allen is plus 105. Jalen Waddle is back at plus 165. Gabriel Davis, he got into the act last week, plus 220 today. I'm skipping through a few guys. Dawson Knox, plus 250. There's Smithy, plus 400. Tua to run one in at 5-1. Damian Harris, plus 550. Shakir, he scored last week, 9-1 this week to score. But this could be Allen through the air. And Tua through the air as well. I know Dave Del Grande says he doesn't think these guys could fully light it up through the air, but I wouldn't doubt it. I would see these guys put up big numbers today. If this is going to be a track meet, which it may be, you might see guys running free left and right. And even on screen passes, these guys can get a lot of yards as well. So I'm going to look for quarterback props over. Right now, Tua's over 273.5. Josh Allen's over 268.5. I'm going to push those up a little bit for sure. 2 touchdown scores today. I think you can throw Tyreek in there. I think you have someone you're going to talk about in a minute as well who makes complete sense too. I mean, because he's done it. And then Buffalo, I mean, any number of guys for them. Don't be surprised if Diggs gets into the action today just to try to Tyreek it up. Him one-up style. But go ahead, Dave. Let me know what you think about this one.
All right, so a couple things here, Steve. I think Miami is live for this game. I'm probably going to take them on a money line.
Yeah. They sure are live.
I really feel like this is a game Miami can win. I think it's going to be a good game. And I think we're going to see some points, Steve. So you know where I'm going to go with that then. I do it every week. The round robin of 4 games that I pick from. Each team for a touchdown and a field goal in each half. 14-1 odds on that. So that's going to go into this week's long shot. And yeah, Steve. So Mostert is the guy today. We're going to go back to that well for 2. If they're down around the goal line, why not hand it off to him? He's proven he can punch it in there, and I could definitely see him going in for 2, Steve.
Mostert plus 430 for 2. Tyreek Hill plus 460. Josh Allen plus 650 for 2 touchdowns. Diggs plus 750. Waddle plus 1200. Gabe Davis 18-1. Dawson Knox 23-1. Dalton Kincaid 31-1. Smithy 42-1. Yeah, Dave, there could be a lot of points out here today.
They're really good.
And the weather says it's 78 degrees and sunny up there in Orchard Park.
That's a recipe for yeah.
And I think you'll see plenty of Dolphin fans as well up there in Buffalo. So the Bills Mafia is having a good time this morning. I bet you that parking lot's insane right now.
I bet it's going crazy.
Quick update on the football game. 3rd and 5 for Jacksonville. They are at their own 43. 11:40 left in the first quarter. So this is the first drive of the game. And on 3rd and 5, Lawrence goes back, and it is incomplete. Or did he catch it?
No, incomplete. Incomplete.
Went through his things. So 4th and 5, and the Jags punt. How about that? Right off the bat. All right. Passing yards for these 2 guys as well. Alternate passing yards for Tua and for Josh Allen. If I can find it here. Here we go. For Allen to get to 300 yards is plus 188. And Tua, I feel like Tua gets there all the time, is plus 178. So those 2 guys together, I did this last week with Herbert and Cousins. And they got there. These 2 quarterbacks, although they will run more, are definitely more competent than I think both of those guys. But $10 on that parlay pays 5-1 anyway. If you or plus 512. So Tua and Josh Allen for 300 plus. If you want to throw that in your any game parlay, that's going to juice it up, I think, pretty decently. So you like Miami in the over? I'll lean over for sure on the best bet here. I want to say Buffalo is going to sneak it out at home, but I don't know. That's just going to be close. Del Grande likes Buffalo as well. Not sure the Ant-Man's take on this one exactly.
That'll definitely have to be on the TV for sure.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be the product. That's going to be the big screen. Pittsburgh and Houston will probably get a TV today, to be honest. -3 for the Steelers over under 41.5. Money line -166 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. In Houston this afternoon, 12 noon time there. How about that? 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for the kickoff on the East Coast. I think this number's low for some reason with the total. My first gut instinct is that Del Grande doesn't think so, but I think the Texans can have some success offensively at home today, at least a little bit. They played nicely, not too bad. Now they do have some injury issues as well, but they have some good skill out there. And if they can just kind of weave in and out of traffic of the Steelers a little bit, they can at least get you 20 points, I think. But I think the Steelers can get more today. I think they can even get some defensive scores as well. So I wouldn't see this game. I would not be surprised to see this more in the upper 40s as opposed to the lower 40s. Now, it does have under kind of screaming all over it at people. You're probably going to take the under, Dave, and be right because that's usually what happens here. But Steelers did the Steelers with the Raiders game went over, and I could just kind of see that being the same type of dealio this week with the same exact kind of circumstances. I'm going to look for Pickett to be okay today against this Texans defense. Kenny Pickett passing props, which he has not gotten there at all, but he is just over under 221.5. To get the 275 today for Pickett, it's plus 360. I'm actually going to take a shot at that and see if he can move the ball against this Houston secondary, which is a little dinged up as well. But I'm going to lean Steelers and the over here, Dave. What do you think?
Yeah, Steve. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go for each team to score a touchdown in each half. If you think that the Texans can have a little bit of success, I don't think it's a terrible ask for a touchdown in each half. That's just 14 points. If they're going to find any kind of success, I think that should be doable. Steelers should be able to do that for sure. Plus 215 number on that, Steve. That is a game prop. And that's probably the game props are probably the way that I would lean on this one. Each team for a rushing touchdown is plus 125 as well to go in a parlay. So, Steve, that's the way I'm going to be looking in this one. And I think this is a game Steelers could probably win 9.5 or more as well, I think.
I have them in an alt line, Dave, and I got them with the alt over as well. But the alt number for the Steelers today is if you want to take these guys to win by 9.5 or even like 12.5. And I say 12.5 because I want to give you the benefit of the doubt of missing an extra point.
Right.
And that does happen a lot. Or your teams do go for 2, sometimes makes it kind of weird. So I think 12.5 and 11.5 are actually good numbers to take on these kind of alt line maneuvers. But the Steelers today, laying something around there, minus 11.5 is plus 320, minus 12.5 is plus 340. I think they can actually do all that, man.
I like that a lot.
If you parlay a few of these together with those numbers, you're going to get a nice payout. In fact, I'll go ahead and, how about this for a random one, just since I have it all pulled up. I'd hate to delete because I'm working on the quarterback one. But if you wanted to take Tua and Josh Allen for 300 yards, Pickett for 275 yards, and the Steelers to win by 13, $10 wins you $1,197. How's that for a random
all very doable, I think.
How's that for a random one? I was saying that last week, Dave, talking about trying to get out of betting slumps and stuff like that. Why not bet a prop to a different game and stuff like that? Just find your best bets on the board, people.
Right.
It doesn't have to be, let me parlay 5 games together and then 5 different props together. Don't be afraid to do Kenny Pickett for 275 yards, and I'll take the Rams minus 7. Right? Just think of it that way. So you can mix and match. The sky is really the limit as far as all that goes. All right, so we're in agreement there. The Falcons go 3 and outs. They punted away. Nothing special on offense there for them. Deep in their own territory, too, but I think they've got a pretty good punt away. All right, next game on the board are the Rams, and they're catching 1. 45.5 is the total. They play at Indianapolis this afternoon, 1:01 Eastern Standard Time. I would expect Anthony Richardson to score today, anytime touchdown, but his numbers are down from the good numbers that we used to have. Actually, plus 120 is not the worst. But I like the pick you have, Dave. You took Puka Nacua today, for 2 touchdowns?
For 2.
And he's plus 155 for 1. Tutu Atwell is plus 210 for 1. You're getting 12-1 on Puka, and Atwell is 18-1. I think those are great numbers for those 2 guys today because Stafford's making these guys better. How about Higbee? He just signed a contract extension. He's happy. He's 21-1 for 2 touchdowns. So I would maybe mess around a little bit with the Rams here. I think they're going to score their fair share of points. I'm not so sure the Colts can. Aaron Donald might be gobbling up Anthony Richardson left and right, to be honest, today. And I do see a scenario where the Rams can win this game somewhat handily. They're not nearly as bad as I thought they were going to be, or are the Cardinals for that fact.
Right.
That's literally the Bears. The Bears are the worst team to me, and Denver, and Carolina. Minnesota, I don't think you can group with those guys, but we'll talk about all that coming up. But I'm going to look for Nakua or Atwell to both have good games today. And let's pick your poison on the 2, Dave. You'll go with Nakua, which I like, but I won't be surprised if Atwell does it either.
Right.
You know,
or Higby, really, if he just got that extension.
That's a good angle. If you want to do a tight end one or something weird like that, I'll probably have to throw them all in somewhere at some point on something.
Nakua, you figure he's going to break out at some point, Steve. He's playing really well. He's a good target.
Yeah, well, I think he already broke out.
So,
but I think he could continue on that.
Well, I don't think he's scored a touchdown yet.
Oh, he hasn't scored a touchdown.
So that's what I'm getting at
right,
is at some point, as much targets as he's getting and yards, you got to think that breakthrough scenario game is coming. And I'll probably take him for 1 in any time. And also, Steve, I've started looking at my 2 touchdown scoring parlay and round robin over there on your book. You seem to be getting a little bit better numbers with the 2s. So that 12-1 was really attracting for Nakua.
All right, yeah. We'll look at all that today. I'm going to expect the Rams to win. And again, if I think it's passing props for Matthew Stafford as well today. He could have a good day. Stafford, now, if they're playing from ahead, you'll see them running the ball more. So that might be tougher for the Colts if they're behind. But Stafford is plus 225 for 300 yards. I may have to throw him in one of these. I could see a scenario where he completely just lights it up in the first half and throws for like 200 yards in the first half today.
This game is going in the touchdown and field goal parlay as well.
And if the total is 45.5, I just don't know if the Colts can score much, to be honest. But I'm going to say that this is going to be something like Rams 31-9.
I think you'd be surprised, Steve.
34-9. You think the Colts can put up some
I
more?
think so. I think they're good for 17 at least. I feel like that's good right there, 17.
34-17. I can see that. 45.5 the total. I'm not going to look for a super over. I'm going to have to see it some more from Richardson for me to be a buyer on him. But I'll green light those touchdowns just like you had. All right. Minnesota and Carolina. Here we go. We're transitioning just as we planned. Talking about these teams, the game ahead of time. Vikings minus 4.5, 46.5. I could see this playing out the same way this last game we just talked about playing out, to be honest. I don't know if they can climb that total, but I would expect the road team here to win. Again, why is Andy Dalton not playing? Why is the Red Rocket?
Right.
Why is the Red Rocket not playing and they're bringing in Bryce Young? I just don't get it. Let Bryce learn a little bit on the bench.
Let him develop.
You might find yourself in the playoffs if Dalton gets in there because that division is winnable. With Bryce Young in there, I'm not so sure Carolina's not the worst team in the league, to be honest. At least with Andy Dalton, I think he gives them a little bit more of a fighting chance. Now, I could be wrong. Bryce Young could come out and light it up against the Vikings secondary today, but he's going to get blitzed like no other quarterback today. That's what this Vikings defensive coordinator does. So they laid 4.5, 46.5. Again, I expect the Vikings to score in the 30s. Carolina scores in the teens at best. And the Vikings, I would say, win this one, basically going away. And if Justin Jefferson, if he is ever going to get 2 touchdowns ever in his life, it's going to come at the expense of the Carolina Panthers. Let's be honest. It's plus 600 for him to do that. Miles Sanders for Carolina plus 800. No, thank you. Plus 1,500 for Hawkinson. Thielen at 19-1. I had last week for 2 touchdowns, and he should have had it. Kenneth Walker and Thielen, the 2 touchdown parlay. Walker had his 2, and Thielen got that 1 inch shy. In fact, they gave it to him and took it away, his first one. So left out in the cold there. Cam Akers, there he is, 29-1. But we don't know what we'll see from him in there for Minnesota. You could see Cam getting a lot of garbage time here in the second half, I think. Vikings try to get him going a little bit. But I'm going to expect the Minnesota Vikings to get their first win in Carolina today. Again, a beautiful day in Charlotte. And if you want to lay an alternate number here, as Jacksonville is trying to get into the red zone, as they are now down to the 27 of Carolina. A nice scramble on this drive by Trevor Lawrence. But Minnesota today laying a good big number, minus 13.5 is plus 290. But I think you can take them at the same weird 15.5. I took Jacksonville at or 16.5. Both those numbers 360, 4-1 respectively. The good old popcorn parlay, Dave, is going to get some action today, I think. And Minnesota is going to be a part of that, as are the Rams, as are the Steelers. All three of those teams we've talked about.
Right, absolutely.
So what's your take here?
Steve, I'm going to be a little bit more risky here. And this is going to be the third team of the touchdown field goal prop. I feel comfortable with the Vikings. The thing that concerns me would be the Panthers. But with that being said, the Vikings defense just doesn't excite me at all. We've seen them, teams are scoring points against them is the point that I'm getting at. So, Steve, I'm just kind of hoping that maybe Carolina comes alive at home, on a nice day today. Should be pretty much nice weather all around. Should be really good football.
We don't have
day.
any issues anywhere. I mean, it's right for the picking for the points. The games just don't look like they are.
But see, that's the thing. That's the thing, Steve, is we're sitting here thinking, oh, no, these teams aren't going to rack them up. And then watch, it's going to be the super over fiesta
38-31. Yep.
So I'm going to take a stab at that, Steve, and then there will be some other kind of – actually, one more game prop that I'm interested in here. Both teams to score a rushing touchdown as a filler at plus 110. I think that's very doable. So
Carolina will get a rushing touchdown.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. So we're going to be a little bit more risky in this one, at least for the touchdown field goal parlay. Now, there will be some other kind of more sensible picks maybe to come out of this one. But we're going to start there just right over the top, from the get-go, Steve.
All right. So I'll flex my muscles with the Vikings today. And you're right, Dave. It is just nice out. We could see points everywhere. You're either nice or in a dome. This game's in a dome, 1 o'clock Eastern Standard with the Saints and the Buccaneers. In fact, here's what we'll do. We'll do this game, and then we'll do your Commanders-Eagles game, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back and do the rest. So Tampa Bay and New Orleans minus 3.5. Over under 40.5. Again, Dave, I don't see many dogs on the board that I like, but I can make a case for Tampa Bay.
Absolutely.
Today. I like their skill players. Jameis Winston. If anyone's going to know how to coach against them, it's going to be Bowles, I think, to be honest. So you might see some interceptions today by the Buccaneers. In fact, the Buccaneers defense to get an anytime touchdown today, let's see what that is. Because that's an interesting one for me. 10-1. So if Jameis throws a pick six, you get paid 10-1. I think that could happen at 10-1 odds. So I'm going to throw that in somewhere for sure for me today. I you know what? The Saints don't impress me.
No.
And I do love Olave. I really, really do. But I'm not going to be shocked if the Buccaneers
touchdown.
Calvin Ridley. No, Christian Kirk.
Oh, Kirk.
I thought Ridley did. I thought it was Ridley.
Well, it was celebrating like it was him.
I'll take the man. That would have been nice because that's a 30-yard pass by Lawrence. I'll be happy with the spread for sure in this scenario, regardless of what happens. That is Ridley.
That is Ridley.
So they have that wrong. Ridley got in the end zone. All right, we'll take that. That's a good way to start.
There you go. Good way to start the morning.
All right, we're well on our way with that one. Jaguars lead 7-0. Bad graphics, ESPN Plus.
Yeah, come on.
Bad graphics here as you give the wrong player to score the touchdown on the very first
touchdown of your ESPN Plus career during football. But I'm not shocked to see the Buccaneers win this game today, Dave. In fact, now they've locked up the spread now, probably because we're talking about it.
Right.
Everything just went off the board for this game. So we will have to come back to that. I was going to look at the Baker passing props, to be honest. I know New Orleans kind of has a stingy defense, but the way that they're going to win this game is through the air today.
Right.
The Saints do have some good D-backs, but, man, they have the skill guys for Tampa as well. I'd be interested to see what Baker pays for $250 anyway, because I think you're going to get a good price out of it, and that might be worth a shot. All right, Dave, give your state of the union of your Washington Commanders. Tough loss to Buffalo last week. They couldn't do anything to help me get that over. Buffalo did everything in the world to get me that over. The Commanders did nothing. Shabby play calling by the goal line. Outclassed in every phase of the game, really, to be honest. But you're going to have to take your lumps as this team continues to grow under Sam Howell, or tries to grow with Bieniemy as the play caller as well. 8.5 is the line here, 43.5. But go ahead and address Commanders Nation. Tell them why they shouldn't be jumping off a cliff already here in week 4, as you are still 2-1 overall.
Yeah, Steve. So, you're 2-1 through the first 4 games. I think we're happy with that. You're playing a team like the Bills. Yeah, we just straight up got smacked in the mouth. It just wasn't a pretty game. And remember, Steve, that week I talked about they need to start fast.
Right.
What did they not do? In fact, they did the exact opposite. They just started terribly. And you're just, when you're behind the gun on a team like the Bills like that, I'm sorry, you're not going to come back. Everything went wrong, but it's growing pains, like you said, Steve. New play caller, rookie quarterback. He's due for a game like that. Those things are going to happen. So let's just settle down and try and get back to the same thing that we said last week, Steve.
Play the basics, play a good fundamental football against the Eagles today. And try to steal a win up there, which you were able to do last year.
Right. And you get a quick couple passes, out to the slot. Maybe you get McLaurin on a couple, short slants, get Howe some confidence. And then maybe you can start to do some other things, Steve. But no, definitely not time to jump off the cliff yet. We're okay. Another tough game today. So not expecting too much, Steve, but I am expecting a better performance in that regard. So 2-1 through the first 4 games. Let's see what happens today. Regroup, and then get ready for Thursday night football with the Bears.
Do you have any gambling angles here, or do you step back from this one overall?
So, Steve, this is one that if I'm hoping for a better performance, I think I just go with the game prop, and I let them be the 4th leg of the touchdown field goal. I'm comfortable with the Eagles doing it. Now, can Washington kind of, get on their horse a little bit and show, hey, we can play. We had a bad week. Happens to everybody, every team. So can you regroup and can pull in a Notre Dame and have a better game? What I mean by that is they pulled off a close win versus Duke last night, where they lost that heartbreaker to Ohio State the week before. They looked good this week. So Washington needs to do the same thing. Just get your head on your shoulders, go out there, play your divisional opponent tough, and see what happens.
All right, and I think that if Buffalo was a tough defense for Washington last week, man, that's going to be one step harder. That's all. I mean, with this Philly defense, I think we have now on the line the Ant-Man. Is that correct?
I'm not going to do much talking. I'm barely functioning right now.
We would know that. We knew that would be the case.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised you didn't call it actually saying shut the hell up.
I was up late. Oh, I haven't even mentioned this on the show. And I don't know if you caught any of this in your late night escapades in the bungalow, Anthony. But I watched our Norfolk Tides. I was actually up late and watched our Norfolk Tides win the AAA National Championship, is what they called it.
last night over the Dodgers team. And what was a good game, 7-6.
I watched it.
They had to hold on for dear life at the end to win. But our Norfolk Tides are champions. How about that?
I thought it was the Thursday night game. What was it yesterday?
Thursday night was the International League championship, and then last night they played the winner of the Pacific Coast League, which was the Dodgers.
You know what? I'm just gonna stick to American football.
All right, Anthony.
You know what? Let's put it this way. I'm glad everyone had fun.
All right, exactly. All right, well, we're going to take a break after this game. But thoughts real quick. I'll catch up with you real quick. Thoughts on Commanders Eagles with you?
The fact that I have Hurts and Goddard and Guillotine, I'm gonna double down with them again. Goddard's been targeted. He just hasn't been able to get through. I know Devontae Smith. I think he was questionable, and he's going to play. And I'm gonna double down. Like I said, I'm gonna go with Goddard for another touchdown score. With the old footballs, I like myself some Scary Terry.
Always like some Scary Terry.
All right,
I'm fine with Scary Terry.
All right. Let's.
By the way, do you guys have the London game on? You guys saw that Ridley scored, right?
Yep.
Right.
Talked about it live on the air, and we already booed ESPN because they said Christian Kirk scored because we didn't have the sound up, and we're like, wait, it looked like it was Ridley, and then on the replay saw that it was Ridley. Of course, much to my delight, because I have Ridley for 2, Mr. Trevor Lawrence for 275 plus passing, and the Jaguars to win in a blowout. So all that works for me so far. My thoughts, real
quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick on this game. I felt that having I did Calvin Ridley for 2 and Kyle Pitts for 2. And I know everyone's going to boo me on Kyle Pitts for 2, but you got to remember, pretty sure the first time Kyle Pitts ever scored a professional football touchdown was here.
Wasn't the London
London
game against Jacksonville,
yeah. And I'm just hoping for fireworks because you got to also realize, Christian Kirk, nice for 35 yards. Also got to think, these London
we must be right behind you a little bit on that one. Yeah, that must be this play coming up. All right, go ahead, Anthony.
These London people think the Jags are the greatest thing of all time. They probably still think Blake Bortles is still their quarterback. That's how often they play in London. So I'm hoping for a shootout. I have a couple trinkets. I haven't looked it up yet. All right, let's move on. I'm still loopy from last night.
All right. My thoughts real quick on this one are it's interesting game. I wouldn't be surprised if it's closer. Any of this Commander props scare me. Actually, all the props scare me. I'm gonna go propless on this one, but I'm not gonna be shocked if it's close. Real quick in review, Anthony, just give me a short summary of each of the games we talked about. You don't have to go on forever. But Buccaneers Saints, what's your highlight there?
Jameis Winston revenge game against the Bucs.
Or a Todd Bowles revenge game against Winston, if you want to look at it that way.
Or what about a Marcus Lattimore and Mike Evans fist fight in the third quarter?
I like the Buccaneers defense at 10-1 anytime touchdown today.
Nope. Mike Evans fist fight third quarter. Book it.
All right. Panthers Vikings.
Adam Thielen revenge game.
Even with the rookie quarterback?
I don't like it. Actually, I'm believe it or not, this is actually one of those games that I'm probably going to go propless on.
I think Jefferson can score 2 against these bums today. If there's any team he's going to score 2 against, it's Carolina. Let's be honest.
I'm half tempted on taking Cam Akers in this. I don't know why, just for one. And that's why I want to go propless on this. And by the way, let me go back to the Saints game. Kamara's coming back. I don't mind seeing him getting over 5 receptions.
Rams and Colts. Quick recap.
Yeah, Anthony Richardson's coming back. Puka's playing. I think I'm going to go with I might actually go with Richardson for 2 again because he's still a rookie. He got two rushing touchdowns in week 2. That's unfortunately what led to his concussion. He's a rookie. He's going to probably do it again. He's going to run. I got Richardson over 60 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns.
All right. Me and Dave like the receivers there for the Rams. They could break out against this Colts D. Okay. Pittsburgh, Houston, quick recap.
I actually got nothing. I didn't look anything up.
All right. Buffalo, Miami. Green light for everybody.
Well, the Texans stink against their rushing defense is terrible. So if you're feeling Jalen Warren, go for it. If you're feeling Najee, go for it. George Pickens is frankly their only receiver. Tank Dell, Nico Collins, sure, why not? Throw him up. I don't care. As far as the Buffalo-Miami game, what did you guys actually talk about? Because I'm highly intrigued on how this game's going to be played. I believe it's in Buffalo, correct?
It's 78 and beautiful. I think it's a green light for everyone.
Everyone?
Yep. Yeah. I think we both agree that. Dave likes the Dolphins to win. I could see it either way, but I like the over.
I was going to say, I have no rooting interest. Personally, I want fireworks because I have Josh Allen in one league. I have Jalen Waddle in a league. I have Tyreek Hill in another league. I have everyone. And, oh, by the way, Dawson Knox, first touchdown score. Book it.
There you go. Anthony hitting the Donald Parham first touchdown score last week. So, yeah, I'm going to do a first touchdown score parlay, and I'll throw Knox in there for sure. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a break. We will be back in a few minutes. Me and Nephew Dave will get a quick refresher. And then when we come back, we will discuss the game everyone wants to see today. The Denver Broncos and the Chicago Bears.
Oh, yeah. You read my mind. I can't wait. Jerry Judy going for 2 touchdowns today, baby.
All right. Give us a break. We'll be back in a few minutes. The rest of the slate to come here on your Week 4 NFL Round Robin here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Back after this. Anthony, I'm just going to put you on hold. Dependable Solutions can provide all voice-over services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full-script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
NFL Week 4 round robin is on right now, 10:17 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Game in London. Jacksonville 10, Atlanta 0. 3rd and 9 for the Falcons as they have a long pass play attempt for Drake London that goes awry. All right, let's get back to the slate. And our next game is the game that we hyped up right before the break. We all can't wait. This is guaranteed. I don't know if we need to put this on a TV out of comedy, out of disbelief, or block the channel out altogether. It's one of the two. So the Broncos are minus 3.5. Somehow they're favorites on the road against Chicago, as after a team that's given up 70 points. When have you ever seen that? A team give up 70 points who's a favorite on the road the next week? The answer is never. You've never seen that happen. 46.5 is the total here. You would think these bad defenses would light it up for the offenses to get it going really good today, especially the Bears who need that jolted offense. Denver has shown that they can score a little bit anyway. So I don't know what to do here. You know what I think I want to do is a Jerry Jeudy player prop or something like that. Maybe he scores 2 today. If I do something like that, Cortland Sutton is 15-1. Jerry Jeudy 16-1. A nice day in Chicago. Again, there's no points, and you said it too, Dave. Oh man, look at these two shitbags out on the field. And then next thing you know, you have a 41-38 football game, right? And your super over comes through with the breeze. Ant-Man, I'll start with you. I know you have many a same game parlay ever so far on this one with Denver and Chicago. But what do you expect to happen up here in Soldier Field today?
You started this with the London game. Desmond Ritter needs to literally step on a damn thumbtack so Tyler Heineke can come in, because Kyle Pitts has been open so many damn times. And what is he doing? He's throwing it to Drake London, who's covered by 5 damn people.
I said it's Ritter, man. I don't know about Ritter from the get-go. I don't know what the love affair is. And I think if they have Heineke would be, man, if the Jets had Heineke right now, you think they'd be complaining in New York?
Oh, no, that would be good for them.
And Dave, you're a Heineke expert. You can mention that some more. But, I mean, I hear you, Ant. You know what? We may see Ritter. It might not be until mid-October, and you might see Taylor Heineke.
Yeah, I think you're going to see him at some point.
I think you'll see him at some point. You might even see him this game if it really gets ugly here for Jacksonville.
He wasn't even that good in Cincinnati. I mean, he was okay, but he also had Jerome Ford.
Jerome Ford made that team. Let's be honest. Okay, Anthony, yeah. Bears and Broncos. What do you got?
This is the worst game that I can't wait to watch. This is the worst game of all time that I'm absolutely salivating over, because I'm looking at some of these props, and here's the thing. The books think that this game is going to be the worst thing we've ever seen. And to be that honest, it probably could. And it probably should be. But you know what? I'm going to take the other angle. I'm actually looking up odds right now on this. What if this is the Justin Fields bounce back game? What if? By the way, let's backtrack to last week. It's not like Russell Wilson's actually been that bad. He had 300 passing yards last week. Granted, they lost by 50. And they were playing.
And that pays 3-1 this week, plus 310 for Russell Wilson, 300 plus. I have that pulled up right now. Keep going.
Like I said, granted, they lost by 50. They were in pretty much garbage time since 10 minutes from the first quarter. But This game has stink written all over it. Now, could it backfire in my face? And this is like the worst game literally we've ever seen. Maybe it's like 13-6. Of course. But before it gets out of hand, I wouldn't mind throwing a couple dollars on all these players to just go nuclear.
Justin Fields is 200 plus yards, plus 130, 225, plus 250. That's his passing yards. Rushing wise, can Fields get it going running? Because he hasn't done that at all. His rushing attempts are down. Oh, man, see, just to get the plus 140, you have to get 70 yards rushing with Justin Fields. Man, I just can't do that.
I don't mind that, actually.
Really? All right, 100 plus yards for Fields today is plus 390.
I've already hit the button with 70 plus rushing yards just to see what I can dabble with. I don't mind that.
Yeah, interesting. All right. Dave, what do you got on this?
All right, Steve, I'm going to keep this real simple here. I'm going to go with Russell Wilson over 1.5 passing touchdowns, plus 100. Of course, now that's going to be, just used as a filler, basically. But I'm not going to focus a whole lot into this one. Just kind of trust that Wilson can throw 2 touchdowns against a bad Chicago defense. I just don't feel like that's asking too much. And I'm really focusing on all the bells and whistles.
Right. Yeah. That's a nice, simple, straight angle. I'm knowing Anthony will agree with that, to be honest. Jerry Jeudy at 2-1 for anytime touchdown. That seems like a nice price to put in some kind of any game parlay today, especially if you have a profit boost. You'll get him at plus 300 for an any-timer. So whatever profit boost token I use for 3 or 4 guys, I'm going to throw Jeudy in there for sure. I just don't know how he doesn't score a touchdown today, to be honest. You could throw Sutherland in that mix too, for sure. He scored last week. But Judy's a scorer. He's going to show up, I think, today. Anthony, what do you got?
Well, Steve, one other thing that a lot of folks probably don't know is, Jeudy did score last Sunday. They just called it back because the Broncos stink and they like to hold every time Jeudy scores a touchdown. So it's not like he's completely irrelevant from this team. They schemed him. Jeudy actually lined up out of the backfield, and they ran this one slant slot route out, and he was wide freaking open. Like I said, they were also down by 45, I think, at this point in the third quarter.
Right.
But you know what? They're playing the Bears.
I'll tell you what. You talked about first touchdown scores, Anthony. Judy's paying 11-1. That's pretty good.
I would. Well, I'm actually let me look at first touchdown scores in this stupid game. Why am I on this? And I need to get off the screen before I waste all my money on this stupid game before it turns out to be 13-6. Let's see. First touchdown score. Where the hell is it?
Dave,
first touchdown score.
Yeah.
11-1. I'm also intrigued on Khalil Herbert and Rashawn Johnson. Look, did you guys see what the Dolphins did to them last week with both of their running backs?
Right.
What? I mean, is it crazy to think that maybe both of these Bears running backs on top of Justin Fields can score? Now, pick your poison here. Khalil Herbert is the starter. Justin Fields is clearly, their top rusher. Maybe throw Rashawn Johnson. Look, throw everyone out there. Why not? Because if you guys think this could be an absolute crap shootout, you might as well just throw everyone on there and make at maybe 2 to 3 different little player props.
So anytime touchdown for Fields, Rashawn Johnson, and Khalil Herbert, all the 3 of them, 10 wins, 360.
That's not bad.
And if you want to take Fields for, you know what, let's just push the envelope a little bit on Fields. Why not today, right? Because why? Because it has no shot of winning, and maybe that's why it might win. But let's go super crazy on Fields today. Let's take Fields for 100 yards rushing, a touchdown. Your 2 running backs, Anthony. We'll throw Russell Wilson at 275 yards. And we'll throw Fields for 200 yards passing. That $10 now pays $4,000. Can I get anyone to buy on that one?
Well, it's just, it feels like such a trap.
Even $3 maybe on that. 3 would pay $1,300. It's worth a shot. $3 crappy bear parlay.
$2.50 is what you're at.
All right, so I guess we'll hopefully see some points there, just for our entertainment. But here we go, 9-6 coming right at us. All right, this game could be 9-6, and I'm not even lying. The Ravens are at the Browns. The Browns are now down to -1.5, over under 39.5. This is the injury update I've been looking for. We have just the man to give it to us for sure. Anthony, what is the status? I can already tell by the way the spread has dropped. What is the status on Deshaun Watson today?
You do know that I had a very long night last night, and I haven't looked at one damn thing. However, he should play. I just looked it up.
Okay.
He is expected to play. David Njoku right now is a game time decision.
All right.
Not that he really matters much, but game time decision.
Injuries aplenty for both of these teams already. This is an interesting matchup, divisional as well. I think it's probably lined just right in both the circumstances. I said this last week about the Saints and the Packers. Now, it wasn't too far off, to be honest. It was a 1-point game, and they did climb over the total there by a little bit. But it was a close game. I could see this game coming down to the end, fourth quarter, for sure. I'm not going to look for one team to blow out another here. I'm not going to look for any super overplay the way that the Browns defense can play. I don't know. Maybe the Browns, even with the Deshaun Watson playing, are still kind of getting a little bit of a lack of respect by the number. I just don't like the Ravens games in general as a bettor. It's been one time bet on them or against them.
Right.
It never works. Seems to work out. The Browns, I feel like, are about the same team. So if that's the case, this is a run for the hills game for me. That's for sure. I'll find better things to play with. But I'll start with you, David. You got an angle here?
So, Steve, I'll tell you what. I don't see a lot of
nice
points
day
here.
in Cleveland. It is a nice day, too.
And I'll go a step further to say that Cleveland may have a top 5 defense. I mean, that is a blanket shutdown defense over there.
They are my fantasy defense, which I'm happy with for sure.
And that's just a good defensive unit, and I think that fuels this team. So, Steve, like I said, I don't see very many points here. And I think if there is something to do here, which I don't see much exciting here, and, there's all kinds of stuff here on the menu to get you looking this way and that way. I think it's just the underplay. Straight up, simple under.
There's going to be some unders, and that's for sure. In fact, we had, after a week of a lot of overs in week 2, we had a ton of unders in week 3, both of which the Monday night games were under to my liking and my excellent thinking. But I tend to agree. Speaking of under games, we are boring these London fans to death with American football. Are you serious? 10-0 still. If you're waiting for an update from us, well, there has been nothing to update you on, really. Anthony has screamed a little bit about Desmond Ridder here. He makes a pass finally, completion.
Well, hey, their football's pretty slow too.
yes, it is. Your experience with that. They are used to the patient game.
Let me throw just a random tidbit update at 10:30 a.m. one of the beat writers for the Browns, I'll read this verbatim. We're going to know officially at 11:30, if not sooner, but Deshaun Watson couldn't make a throw longer than 10 yards.
Oh.
Oh, by the way, Jacksonville.
Something happened. I'm not sure what
yeah.
happened. Our feed is literally like 2 plays behind yours. So this is the old. There was a funny Saturday night. There's a funny Saturday Night Live skit. I wish I could find it. It was about the person who lived 30 seconds ahead of time, and the person who lived 30 seconds behind time, and the person who was 30 seconds ahead of time, just out of nowhere, looked at both of them and go, "Oh my God, you're so gross!" And they had to wait a whole minute to see what happened because they were 30 seconds behind time with the other person. And they just basically just sneezed, and it was the nastiest, like, snot thing that came out ever. I thought that was the funniest segment ever in the history of Saturday Night Live. This must be the play that happens
There
here.
it is, yep.
Oh!
To the house.
Look at that great commentary from Anthony at hungover at 10:30 in the morning.
Pick 6 by Jacksonville. And they are covering my spread.
There you go.
I don't know what Lawrence has for passing. It can't be super great. Maybe he can get a good drive here before halftime yet. We need to get Ridley in there one more time as well. Lawrence just needs to get to 275, Trevor. We're not asking a lot, Trevor. Okay, so with this game, it's a pass. How about you, Anthony? Browns, Ravens.
Actually, what I'm looking for is I'm looking to see if Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
I have him listed as my number 2, and PJ Walker is also on that roster as well.
I cannot find him anywhere, and it aggravates me.
If Watson doesn't go, then that kind of cements that under, doesn't it?
I would think so. I would think so. What's your injury status on the Ravens, Anthony, with the running backs in particular? Are we going to see? Justice? Are we going to see Edwards? We know Andrews is back in the lineup.
He's still questionable right now. Let me take a peek real quick. Where is Justice Hill? Let me read the latest report on him. This thing will ever load. Foot injury. He is trending towards playing against the Browns today.
How about Gus Edwards?
And I was just going to say, Gus Edwards is a full go. Justice Hill is their third down back. So he's their passing down back. He's going to catch maybe, who knows, anywhere between 3 to 7 balls today. Gus Edwards is their first and second down back. Justice Hill is their third down back. Frankly, why not pivot and say this is the Mark Andrews day?
Could be, yeah.
He hasn't exploded yet.
Good thinking. I like the angle. I kind of like the angle, to be honest. Especially if Cleveland's going to be up against it a little bit.
We're not going to know what's going to happen with these quarterbacks yet. And I don't expect them to actually say anything legit. But that one thing I read from the beat writer about how Deshaun can't throw 10 yards. Now, granted, it's a beat writer.
Mark Andrews 16-1 for 2 touchdowns today.
What if today's Mark Andrews is
plus
2 touchdown scored?
Plus 190 for 1 touchdown.
Screw that. I might as well throw it for 2.
Well, you know what? I'm going to throw Andrews, Judy. I'll throw Jefferson in one together. I got a few guys I think I can lean on already for any times. And I'll tell you what, if you listen to the Friday Soccer Paycheck with my player props, guess who bet none of them? And they basically all scored. If I would have round robin those guys yesterday just on the 1 goals, which I was thinking about doing, and if you have the same guys on the same team, even oh man, I had a.
You've got to be joking me. To the 20, to the 10. Another pick.
They scored again.
He
So here we are, the 30-second sentence. All right, let's move on here to the one. Let's get through this last 1 o'clock game. Cincinnati is minus 2.5.
Wait till you see that.
All right, Cincinnati minus 2.5.
Everything. Sorry, Steven.
Cincinnati minus 2.5, over under 41.5 at Tennessee today. The spread smells like a rat. I think this is almost a system play. I like the Bengals. I think they can flex their muscles a little bit here. Burrow's back. He plays okay. The Titans don't look good at all, to be honest. Cincinnati's the better team here. I think they can win this by double digits, to be honest. This is going to be a line I'm going to move around here. And I'm going to trust the Bengals as the team on the road who's a favorite, who has the same record as the home team. All right, we'll fall that into the system play. We'll let it ride today. And it's scary. I like too many road teams today, but we'll take the Bengals minus 2.5, and I'll stretch that to an alternate number. If I want to do double digits today, then we're going to get minus 12.5 points is plus 360, which I like that. And I'll tell you what I like as well. Because you know what, boys? Today's a great day for Jamar Chase at 9-1 odds to score 2 touchdowns. And I will take Chase for 2 touchdowns in this game. And if I need an anytime touchdown scorer with the guys I just talked about, Mark Andrews, Jerry Jeudy, and I already forgot the last guy we talked about a second ago. But I'll throw Chase on there at plus 130 as well. Anthony, thoughts? Bengals, Titans.
Can we not watch this game? Because I feel like I'll just fall asleep.
Yeah. You're very anti-Bengal TV, very anti-Tennessee TV, I've noticed here through 3 weeks. You're 3-0, not wanting to see the Bengals or the Titans on any TV. So sure, I'll do that. But do you have any other thoughts? Do you think the Bengals can roll this one?
I actually think they're going to destroy them. Traylon Burks isn't playing nothing more than DeAndre Hopkins.
All right, I need to get Burks out of my one lineup. Good looking there.
Look, Derrick Henry only saw 40% of the snaps last week. I mean, it stinks because he's just amazing. I'm not saying that he's not going to. It's not like he's fallen off a cliff, but Derrick Henry just kind of slowly gets better and better as the year goes on. He's really not a September-October player. They've been incorporating Tajay Spears, their backup running back. Hopkins is playing. The one angle I can look at is one of your favorites, Nick Westbrook-Akine.
I'll even pass on him today, I think. Hey, David, what do you got here?
Yes, Steve, you kind of stole my thunder there. I was thinking along the same lines as you. I hadn't thought about Chase for 2. I definitely was going to do put him in for 1 in a touchdown scorers parlay. But I'm also going to move the line to 9.5 for the Bengals, plus 241 there. That's not a bad number with something that I have working now. So I think this is just a Bengals,
All right, Bengals can roll.
Yeah.
We're in agreement here. The line just is fishy to me, to be honest. It just tells me that Tennessee is not going to win this game for some reason.
Right.
All right, Aiden O'Connell has his work cut out for him on the road against Justin Herbert. Total 48.5, minus 6.5 for the Chargers. Dave likes the Chargers for a survivor type of pick today. I could see that. I don't doubt that one bit. Herbert is my guillotine league's quarterback, which I love him for that because he's kept me alive single-handedly in basically every week so far. I expect him to do the same thing again today against the Raiders team that, quite frankly, gives up a lot of yards. I don't know if the Raiders can get their points today. 6.5 is too cheap here. I think the Chargers can actually roll this one too. This could be a day of blowouts, boys, for sure. We haven't seen it quite yet. NFL games tend to play closer. But, man, this doesn't give me much faith in the Raiders going on the road here today. No Garoppolo is no good with the backups. Now, O'Connell did do well in the preseason, so a chance for them to excel. Anthony might kind of want to give him all the props in the world here in a minute. I don't know. We'll see. But if I'm going to take an anytime touchdown score today, I mean, oh, how about this? I see Austin Eckler listed where I thought he was not going to play, but now I see Eckler in here. Maybe Anthony has some more on that. But I'll stick with Keenan Allen, plus 105, pure and simple. He can get a touchdown today. David, your thoughts?
Yeah, so I'm going Keenan Allen for 2. He was in my and I guess we'll go over that, but that was he's in my 2 parlay that I made last night. Trying to do a little bit of homework anyway, but Allen for 2, and then I think really you could do whatever you want with the Chargers as far as quarterback props go, and I think receiver props are also open. It could be a long day for the Raiders.
Yeah, that could be a smoke job, I think,
really
for sure.
Could be.
Anthony, what do you got?
Aiden O'Connell, rookie quarterback out of Purdue, filling the void for Jimmy G. What an absolute shitfest.
What's your latest on Eckler? Do you see something about him? Why do I see him on my anytime touchdowns when I thought he was ruled out already?
The reason why he's even still listed is because they haven't officially ruled him out. He's doubtful. He's probably not going to play. The reason why they are still listing him is because he has a podcast with Yahoo Fantasy Sports, and he keeps telling everyone, I'm fine.
Okay, all right.
That's why. Nothing more than a social media stunt. He's not going to play.
Okay. Is it a green light for Herbert and Keenan Allen?
Keenan Allen, and pretty much pick your poison. Do you want to start? Remember, Mike Williams tore his ACL last week. So is it Josh Palmer or is it the rookie Quentin Johnston?
Dave Del Grande likes both of their over props today. In fact, we did do a ticket with each of them to score, and I think Johnston is just over 27.5. Kelly's like 42.5. So low hanging fruit for both of those guys.
Look, the favorite play is Josh Palmer. I mean, he was who stepped in, when Mike Williams got rolled out last week. He's, like I said, he's clearly the favorite. So, play his odds. However, I don't mind Quentin Johnston. There's a reason they drafted him so early. I believe he played for TCU last year. He was pretty good. So I might pivot on some touchdown props today. Maybe, who knows? Maybe this O'Connell guy is not terrible. And I mean, obviously Devontae Adams, you obviously have to play him. But maybe a Jacoby Myers, Quentin Johnson touchdown same game.
That could be, that could work out. Would you take your boy Donald Parham at 15-1 for the first touchdown? You hit it last week. Would you go back to the well? He's paying half the price now.
At 15-1, hell no. I'll find someone else. He did what he needed to do last week.
All right.
And by the way, Desmond Ridder, almost another pick.
You're going to see Taylor Heineke in the second half, I think.
I mean, it's so bad. It's not Zach Wilson bad, but it's pretty bad.
I just don't understand the preseason hype.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
From the get-go. I just really, really don't. All right, a game near and dear to my heart. We got a few left, and we'll get on out of here. The Patriots are at the Cowboys. They're catching 6.5 over under 43.5. I gave my address to Patriots Nation earlier. It's a must win. There's a tough spot, though. But you know what? You turn Dak over, and there you go, man. I mean, you're in business. So I don't know. I think it's competitive. It'll be fun. I don't know if I have any kind of rooting interest here for the Pats. But I'll say this, too. Maybe I'll take a shot on my boy Mac Jones since he is top 25 or top 5 in a lot of these categories, including passing yards. Mac Jones at 2, and remember no Diggs out there today too, but 275 yards for Mac Jones today pays plus 400. So maybe I can throw that into some kind of round robin fun there in the 4 o'clock window, and that'll just be for fun. Anthony, I'll start with you. Cowboys, Pats.
Is this really one of the only games? This is really going to be on the big TV, isn't it?
Actually, it's the local game, so it'll be the Central TV. The Central TV, which will make you have to choose between the Chargers, Raiders, and the 49ers, Cardinals, which we'll get to next.
Oh, my God. Oh, God.
3 games on it. All right, what do you got, Anthony?
Well, let me ask you this question. What do the Patriots do?
Play
Take
defense,
away
fantastic.
Dallas's best player, right?
Yeah.
All right, so who's Dallas's best player? Is it Lamb? Is it Pollard?
They're going to have to probably take out. I don't think they'll ever list the running back as the best player, maybe per se, but they're definitely going to take away Lamb. And then they're going to try to match him up with the rookie Christian Gonzalez, who's been great. He might be the best cornerback in football, to be honest. Still only 3 games in, but Gonzalez has been locked down on his guys.
So maybe you could pivot and possibly take maybe a Brandon Cooks, maybe a Jake Ferguson. Also, hold on. Oh, don't worry, babe. I'll get you whatever you want. You haven't brought this one up, Steven. Isn't this a revenge game for the ex-Cowboys running back?
Yeah. You know what? I said this on the Patriots thread. If you want to take Zeke for anytime touchdown or 2 touchdowns, I am not going to argue against that today. When it gets to be a running chance down there, Belichick may play stubborn and give it to Stevenson just because he's Belichick and he wants everyone to know their role. But Zeke is 15-1 for 2 touchdowns today.
Oh, the books know it's going to happen. It's done. Oh my gosh, 15-1. That never happens. He's going to be like 45-1 next week. This is all about narrative, and frankly, the fact that it's in Dallas. Would you not be shocked if Zeke scores and then jumps in the salvation red tank,
right?
Just like he did 5 years ago in Thanksgiving?
Zeke 2-1 for 1 touchdown today. Stevenson is plus 140. Hunter Henry plus 270. Pollard minus 185. David, you got an angle?
Steve, I'm looking and I'm looking and then I'm looking some more, and I just don't see much there.
Right? Yeah, it's a hard game. It is. It's a hard game.
I didn't like any of the props. I didn't like the weekly special. Touchdown scoring, you got the same cast. I mean, I guess you could go with Lamb, Pollard, Stevenson, definitely on the goal line there. Other than that, Steve, that's just about.
I think the Mac Jones 275 plus is worth a shot against the banged up secondary.
Right.
4-1 odds. That's not the worst.
Well, that might be the best play on the board there.
And that's scary to say that about Mac Jones. Let's be honest. Okay.
Yeah.
49ers and Cardinals, last 4:00 game. We'll get to the night game and the Sunday game. And then we'll go for 2. 14 is the number. 43.5 is the total. Cardinals have been good. They've been better than what anyone has thought, to be honest. Dobbs plays nicely. I'll give credit to the Ant-Man. He's kind of called this the whole time, all the way along. Anytime touchdowns today, it's McCaffrey minus 250. Debo plus 125. So it looks like Debo may play. We'll find out later for sure. James Conner plus 160. James Conner having a good season too, by the way. He's been great for fantasy for me. Plus 165 for Ayuk. He'll be back in the fold. Kittle. I like Kittle today at 2-1. I could see him getting in the end zone for sure. San Fran defense 4-1. Let's see. Kyle Juszczyk plus 650. Joshua Dobbs. I could see him scoring today plus 700. Especially if he's scrambling, trying to run away from Bosa. Passing props today. Let's see here. If you're going to get a good number on Purdy, you are. 275 plus for Purdy. It's plus 320. If you think that they can get a little bit of success through the air here against the Cardinals, which their opponents have already so far through the year for the most part. So maybe I'll throw Purdy in my play today. Purdy for 300 yards is plus 630.
I
Really?
expect a lot of points here, to be honest. I could see this being actually a fun fantasy game and a fun prop game, just from the 49ers standpoint alone. And we are at halftime, 17-0 Jaguars over the Falcons. Poor Atlanta offense is the summary of the English feedback of the first half there. But I expect points here, actually. I could see the Cardinals getting upper teens like they have before. It's not like the Niners have been exactly complete world beaters on defense. They have given up a little bit. But I think they find all their own points they want as well. I'm not shocked if the 49ers score 38 today. I'll go with you first, Anthony. Could this be a fun prop fantasy same game parlay game for you?
Let me start off with this. Deshaun Watson won't start at quarterback for the Browns. Now, they haven't ruled him out. They're saying that he won't start.
Okay. Did they say who it's going to be?
I would assume it's Robinson. I mean, he looked pretty good. You guys remember the Hall of Fame game when they played the Jets?
Yep.
He actually looked pretty good.
All right, so DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, gets his first start, it looks like.
DTR is a solid start. Oh, by the way, Derek Carr will start at quarterback for the Saints week 4.
So Derek Carr will find his way into the lineup.
Hey, there you go.
So never mind on the Jameis Winston revenge game.
Yeah, maybe never mind on the Tampa Bay touchdown game either.
Right.
Well, you know what? It tells me that they been listening to the show. They're like, wait a minute, we play Winston, we're in trouble. We better play Carr here.
That's why I was so stoked to start the Saints defense, because what does Jameis Winston love to do? Pick sixes.
What do you got on the Niners Cardinals, Anthony?
As far as the Niners game is concerned, Debo is expected to play. It's going to be more of a game-time decision. Fire Brandon Ayuk up, fire McCaffrey up, fire George Kittle up. Now, really hard to figure out which one's going to score, because Christian McCaffrey scored in 13 straight games. Like, he has actually scored dating back to last year. But George Kittle is the one that I'm intrigued on, because he has this one, maybe 3 to 4 times a year where he just goes off. This could be the week. And he always feasts on Arizona.
Right. Yeah, I like the Kittle's angle for sure. I'm trying to write all these down.
You want to play the game with Purdy, be my guest. James Conner's been, I don't know how he does it. Like, he never even looks that good.
Purdy's all yak. That's the thing. These guys get Purdy the yards from the yak. The 49ers are the best yak team in ever, maybe.
It's not like Purdy's threading the needle or anything. He's just throwing it, and then they're doing the rest.
Right, exactly.
As far as Arizona is concerned, hell, what did Dobbs do against the Cowboys last week? 55 yards rushing. The week before against the Giants, 41 yards. And hell, he only threw for 189 last week, but I mean, it was good enough. Dallas also just sucked.
Dobbs over under 17.5 for his rushing yards. I do like that.
I feel like he's going to be running the ball a lot.
Yeah, running for his life half the time, probably.
Unfortunately. Let's see. What did Daniel Jones do against the Niners last Thursday?
Yeah, it's not the worst. Not the best, though.
Yeah, and that's why the odds are so low, because Daniel Jones only had 5 rushing yards against the Niners. But, look, it's a 4 o'clock game. Niners, Cardinals, weird shit's going to happen.
Exactly. I expect points. I like the over here in this game for sure. So I'll root for that. It's a low-hanging number.
Right.
David, what do you got? Go ahead, Nathan.
And we'll talk about this later on, but I wouldn't be surprised if both defenses scored.
I could see that. For sure.
The Niners only 4-1 for their defense to score, so low number there. What do you got, Dave?
Steve, I'm going to take a chance there with Purdy for 300 plus. I have it at plus 475. And I also like Ayuk for 2. We're expecting points. Those are probably the 2 angles that I like the best.
Ayuk is a 2-touchdown machine waiting to happen for sure.
That's my thoughts behind that.
Let's see here. All right, Kansas City and the Jets night game. Line is dropped to 8.5 with the Chiefs. 41.5 is the total here. Kelsey at minus 145 may be the lock of the century as a touchdown tonight. Let's be honest. Maybe even for 2 for him. 2 touchdowns for Kelsey plus 440. That's fair game.
Oh yeah.
I think this is a rout. I think it gets worse for the Jets, to be honest. So give me all the Kelsey props. Give me the Mahomes props as well. He's gonna throw for 200 yards in the first half, maybe in this game. Here's the deal: the bookies all want the Jets tonight. That could be a bloodbath.
It really could.
Between the concrete walls of Vegas and Atlantic City and wherever they have the mortared sports books around the world. I just don't see how the Jets score much. They're going to have to try to play ball control. That being said, if I do look at any Jet props here tonight, then I'm going to have to look at the rushing yards with Breece Hall and Dalvin. They both definitely could go over. 50.5 is Breece's number. Dalvin's 26.5. So I think those are low-hanging fruit. Dalvin, the rush for 50 is plus 320. That's not the worst number in the world either, to be honest. So I expect the Jets to run it. I expect the Chiefs to pass it. And I expect that to not even be close. And by the time the Jets realize that they need to pass it, they'll be 21-0 out of the gate. But they'll have to stay committed to the run to some extent just because they can't pass the ball.
Exactly.
And will we see Trevor Siemian tonight? I don't know. Well, let's be honest. He's not the answer either. Dave, I'll start with you.
So Steve, yeah, there's any number of things I think that you could do with the Chiefs there. Maybe even a Sky Moore touchdown sprinkled.
I said it. I told Anthony earlier in the week, Sky Moore I think his stock just continues to go up. I put him in my fantasy tonight, and a plus 280 for an anytime touchdown. That's a good price. I think you're brought into that for sure. Whatever I do at 4:00, I'm going to involve Sky Moore with the 8:00. That's not a bad call, Dave.
And then I also have to finish this one off, I have a weekly special that I like here.
Oh, here we go.
Patrick Mahomes for 19 plus rushing yards, and Travis Kelce for 89 plus receiving yards at plus 400.
Mahomes for 20 yards rushing,
20
Kelce
yards
for 90.
rushing, 90.
I think that's a good special. That's a good one.
Plus 400. I think you could sign me up for that.
All right, Anthony, are you ready to throw the dirt on the top of the grave of the New York Jets tonight?
I'm just so depressed. This is supposed to be I was looking forward to this game all summer.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers versus Patrick Mahomes, and now we're watching Zach Wilson or Trevor Siemian.
Or we won't be watching. We'll be in bed by the second quarter as the Chiefs are up 21.
I probably won't watch one snap of this, actually, because all they're going to talk about is how often is Taylor Swift and Patrick Mahomes' wife bonding.
That is going to be terrible.
Yes, good God.
It's going to be miserable. We're going to see nothing more than moon. And who knows when Mahomes' brother is going to do another stupid TikTok.
Oh, God. It just gets worse.
Oh, they're going to have nothing to talk about because this game's terrible.
I just made one comment just to see what people would say on social media. It was when they said that the wife and Taylor Swift would be hanging out together with Patrick Mahomes' wife. I said, "Oh man, the Chiefs are just not going to win the Super Bowl now."
There's no way.
And this girl immediately replied back, "That's not the truth, Steven."
As far as locking Kelsey, locking Pacheco, maybe McKinnon. I mean, just throw up Just throw a random piece of dice, and whatever number it lands on, pick a chief.
Well, Mahomes is a little dinged up too on that ankle, so I could see a scenario where the running game does get it going a lot tonight.
Be a big running game. And frankly, their defense hasn't been that bad. It's actually been really good.
I feel like Patrick Mahomes could throw for 300 in his sleep, though, much less with a bum ankle. Pacheco 70 yards is plus 188, 80 yards plus 280.
As far as receivers are concerned, I think Mahomes' favorite target has been the rookie, Rashee Rice.
Right, yep.
7 targets, 5 receptions. He didn't catch it one, but he did score in week 1. Could be an MVS week. Kadarius Toney, I can't believe I'm saying this because of what we saw, what he did week 1 Thursday night. But actually, Steve, fire that up. What does Kadarius Toney pay to score first? Not to score first, to score it all.
Kadarius Toney is 3-1 for an anytime touchdown. To score
that's interesting.
First, he is. Yeah, I could see a Kadarius Toney come back to the Meadowlands revenge type of scenario.
Yeah, I was gonna say, although he played for the Giants, still the same stadium. It's just something to consider. I actually wouldn't mind a Kadarius Toney anytime touchdown in the old stadium that he played in.
13-1 for Toney for the first touchdown in that game. Kelsey is plus 420. Receiving yards, how about this? Let's see. Rice is 25.5 receiving yards over Sky Moore, 31.5. Toney is not even listed on the receiving yards, just on the touchdowns. That's weird. So it's like they left him off on this list for some reason. Scanling's just 21.5. Man, why could I see all those guys going over tonight? I mean, literally 3 Rice, Moore, and Scantling, 31.5, 25.5, 21.5. So those are all low numbers there. Sky Moore to get the 50 yards is plus 220. Rice to get the 50 yards is plus 300. Scantling to get the 50 yards is plus 390. That's a lot of 50-yard receivers for sure. But somehow, if the 3 of those guys were to do that, $10 pays $887.
All right.
And hey, I think Mahomes is going to light it up. He's going to spread the wealth for sure.
Absolutely.
All right. Did we miss it, Dave? Anything here? Anything else?
Nope, nothing else for me.
All right, let's go to Seattle and the Giants. Last game on the board Monday night. We're just after 11 o'clock Eastern time, so we'll get out of here so you can move on with your day. This Seahawks game minus 1.5, 47.5 will be good night. We'll see you week 5 for me. I'll fall asleep to the docile tones of Joe Buck and Troy Aikman with likely no action on this. But if you're going to force feed me anything, if you're going to make me do anything, why not? The Giants haven't looked super great on defense. So wide open for a DK Metcalf. 10-1, 2-touchdown night. David, what do you got?
I was going to say, well, you could definitely do a same game, but I'm definitely going to throw Kenneth Walker in there. If I'm more kind of with you on this one. I might watch it just because it's the Giants. I want to see if they lose and keep there at the basement of the division. But Kenneth Walker, touchdown props would probably be the way that I would attack this one in some kind of same game parlay for sure.
Anthony, my main question to you, do you sleep through the Sunday night game all day Monday and straight through the Monday night game?
I'm going to sleep through tonight's game, and then I'm going to watch the TV Guide channel all night Monday.
All right, so we're not looking at too much props.
So if you make some chicken wings, I'll come over and watch the Guide channel with you.
We're not doing anything. We are hurting today. Oh, by the way, Bijan Robinson, amazing. I feel so bad for some of these players for Atlanta. Kyle Pitts is open every damn route. Bijan's incredible. He just had a huge breakout run, and what it does in murder do, throw down. Oh, my God, this is terrifying.
All right, let's go for 2, and then we'll give our best bets. And we'll get out of here. So let's cue up the soundtrack here as you get our 2 touchdown scorers ready to go.
By the way, Desmond Ritter just threw it into the ground again.
Johnny.
4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I'll give you 2.5 and a Rick Bell. It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah. Give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers.
All right, 2 touchdown scores for today. Anthony, I'll start with you. Who are your 2 touchdown scores today that you'll look at?
2 touchdown scores. I'm actually firing a couple ones up right now, but Anthony Richardson.
Okay.
I'm going to go to the Bills game because what if this is actually the shootout we want? I'm going to go with Anthony Richardson. I'm going to go with Steph Diggs.
I like Diggs today. Yep.
And in the 4 o'clock game, God, it's going to pain me to say this, but give me Kittle. I'm doing those 3 for 2.
Richardson, Diggs, and Kittle. I like it. All right, Nephew Dave, what do you got?
All right, I'm going to go back to the well with Mostert. Puka Nacua for 2 today. Like I said, he's got to break out at some point. Alexander Madison and Keenan Allen in the 4-leg 2 touchdown scores parlay.
I like that. I like that one too. I'm going to have to throw that one on myself. All right, 2 touchdown scores for me. I like Diggs, so I'll stick with that one. You know what, boys? I'm going to go to my man, George Pickens, today. All right. Pickens, although he is the only wide receiver out there, he still has been one of those guys who has not scored 2 touchdowns yet. And in a day in which the Steelers can have a very nice day and have the ball a lot via their defense, go ahead and give me Pickens for those 2 touchdowns. 2 touchdowns. You know what? I'm going to take – now I'm not going to fade your Nacua way, David, but I'm going to take Tutu Atwell because if Nacua doesn't do it, Tutu Atwell, I think will. Right. To be honest, as the Rams have a big day against the Colts, this is the obvious one, guys. I mean, it's going to happen today. It's Justin Jefferson against Carolina. It's the Carolina Panthers. Oh my God! I mean, let's be honest here. Oh, there's the chugging one. That's the Carolina Panthers.
Why are they reviewing this?
So apparently Drake London is in the end zone. Of course, me and David are living 30 seconds at least behind top here. Vikings.
15-yard touchdown score.
All right, so it sounds like we have a Falcons touchdown at least. Is it Ritter or is it Heineke in there? Is it still Ritter?
Still Ritter.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay. Give me Jefferson for 2. It's Carolina. It's the Carolina Panthers. Let's be honest. If Jefferson doesn't score 2 any day ever, I mean, it's got to be today. So I'll take Jefferson for 2. I'll take a shot on Jerry Jeudy for 2 with Denver today. I think he could do that as well. I'll skip on down, and I'll take Jamar Chase for 2. I love your Keenan Allen angle. I love your Kittle's angles, people. So I'll be all over that myself. And it's got to be Pretty Boy Kelsey, right, for 2 tonight. Taylor in the house. Got to be a big night. Okay, best bets overall. I'll start real quick. I'm going to take the alt lines. I already have the alt line with the Jaguars. I'll take the alt line with Pittsburgh and the over. I think we'll see the Dolphins and Bills game go over. I'm going to take the Rams on the alt line. They have a big day. I'll take the Vikings on the alt line. They'll have a big day. I got a little bit on the over as well. Vikings are the type of team to pull your team to the over. I like the Bucks. Now that the Carr's back in, I don't know if I do now. I'll lay off that game. I kind of like Denver. I kind of like Denver on the all line here today. They just have offense. I'm not so sure the Bears do. Although I'm going to do a sneaky Bears stupid little El Cheapo parlay just in case they do blow it up. Love the Chargers. They can roll today, and I'll take the over in the 49ers Cardinals game. Oh, yeah, and the Chiefs will make it a bloodbath in Vegas tonight via the hands of the New York Jets. Best bets for you, Dave.
I'm going to go with Russell Wilson over 1.5 passing touchdowns. We're going to go, and I did it, and I said I wasn't going to do it, but I did it. I did an alternate under in the Ravens game, under 34.5. Alternate spread for the Bengals at 9.5 and over 3.5 LA Chargers touchdowns today. So those are my 4 best bets of the day.
Anthony, your best bets.
I hate that I'm doing this because I talked about it longer than I wanted to, but I'm going to double down with this stupid Broncos Bears game. And like I said, if it ends up 13-6, my bad. I actually might as well just call that on the correct score. But I'm going to go with Wilson for 2 touchdowns, Justin Fields for 2 touchdowns himself, rushing-wise, Jerry Jeudy for 2, Fields 70 yards rushing, and Jeudy 80 yards receiving. 10 pays me $2,500.
All right, nice.
All right.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm going down with my ship. I'm going down with the stink fest, and I'm okay with it.
All right. What else? Any other best bets?
Well, the whole Derek Carr thing kind of screwed everything up because I do like Jameis Winston a lot. I actually had Olave getting 2 touchdowns. The fact that Carr's going to play kind of scares me a little bit.
That downgrades it, huh? Okay.
Well, here's the thing. What is Jameis Winston really good at? Throwing the ball.
Yeah, just throwing the Geno Smith law ball. That's what he's good at.
I'm surprised ESPN hasn't came out with the 30 for 30 Jameis Winston edition. Literally, pick six. So here's what he does. Well, it doesn't matter now because Carr's going to play. This game's going to be interesting because Kamara's coming back. I don't mind Kamara getting over at least 5 catches. I still think Olave can get into the end zone. And the fact that Lattimore is going to be covering Evans majority of the game, I don't mind seeing Chris Godwin sneaking into the end zone. I also wouldn't be opposed to Cade Otton, the tight end for the Bucs, to sneak their way in.
All right. Nephew Dave, you got your best bets?
Yeah.
All right. I got my best bets. Anything else from you, Anthony? And we'll get on out of here.
Adam Thielen revenge game against the Vikings. I don't care if Bryce Young, the quarterback, I'm taking Adam Thielen.
Well, how much is it for Adam Thielen to throw a touchdown today? How about that?
Oh.
Can we get 100 to 1 on that?
We got to find that somewhere.
Steve, I don't think Adam Thielen's thrown the ball in 10 years, but I guess I'll look that up for you.
Okay. All right. All right, we will go on ahead and get on out of here, boys.
God fucking damn it.
Week 4 is in the books here on the Round Robin. All right, so baseball playoff show Tuesday, 4 o'clock. Round Robin Thursday football special Thursday, 4 o'clock. And part 1 of What the Puck is Going On, NHL preview.
We are back.
5 o'clock on Wednesday. That show back for its 2nd season. And, of course, the Friday Soccer Paycheck Fridays at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Steve, by the way, just for fun talking about baseball, put the Pirates over at 71.5, and they got it.
Pirates over 71.5 is a winner for the Ant-Man. All right. Good luck, everyone, on your tickets. Click deepin757.com for the replay to get anything you may have missed leading up until kickoff. Good luck, everyone.